영어 채널입니다. 동시통역 영어 채널입니다.
네, 지금부터 중앙일보 전략국제문제연구소 CSIS가 공동으로
We would now like to
주최하고
commence
진행법인
the
한반도
JoongAng
평화 만들기가
CSIS Forum
함께하는
2022, co-hosted by JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS and the Korea Peace Foundation. I am
Good morning,
Song
ladies and
Min-kyo,
gentlemen.
your
Thank you for
presenter
joining
for
the
today.
JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2022, hosted by JoongAng Ilbo and CSIS. I'm Christine Song, your host today. 네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 귀한 걸음 해주신
Thank you very much for joining us at this event. Despite the cold weather outside, I would like to thank you for honoring us with your presence. The JoongAng CSIS Forum started in 2011, and so it is the 12th forum of its kind. We always pinpoint the current status of the very complicated situation on the Korean peninsula, winning the interest of stakeholders around the world based on the timely themes that are selected, with the G2 competition as well as the very complicated international circumstances and the pandemic. We have seen that there is no progress for denuclearization and peace on the Korean peninsula, and North Korea is threatening the world with the intercontinental ballistic missiles. And we also need to take a look at the current situation after the midterm elections in the U.S. For the first time in 3 years, we have experts from both Korea and the U.S. joining us in person under the topic of the alliance in turbulent times. We look forward to sharp analysis and also policy suggestions. Live streaming on YouTube is also available today. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided for the live streaming as well. For those of us who wish to listen to the forum in Korean, please utilize the JoongAng Ilbo and JTBC news channels. And for those of you who wish to listen in English, please refer to the CSIS website as well as the JTBC news channel on YouTube. Let us now commence the forum with the opening remarks by Chairman Hong Seok-chun. Please welcome the chairman with a big round of applause.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
중앙일보 CSIS
I would like to welcome all of you to the
2022에
JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS
환영합니다.
Forum 2022.
우리는 코로나
We were not
팬데믹 이후에
able to hold the
대면
forum
회의를
in person
못했습니다.
due to the COVID-19
오늘은
pandemic,
한국과
but finally
미국
we have an
전문가들이
on-site gathering for this year's forum,
실감나는
and I'm very
토론을
pleased
할 수
that we
있게
can
돼서
have face-to-face
기쁘게 생각합니다.
lively discussions with
먼저
experts from
먼 길을
Korea and the
와주신
US.
존
I would like
헨리
to extend my warm welcome to
소장님을
President and
비롯한
CEO John Henry of
미국 측
CSIS and other
참석자들에게
participants from the US
따뜻한
who have
감사의
traveled a long
인사를
distance.
드립니다. 한국 측의
I would also
윤영관,
like to express
윤병세
my
전
gratitude
외교부
to
장관을
former
비롯한
foreign ministers
여러
Yoon Young-kwan and Yoon
전문가들에게도
Byung-se, as well as
감사드립니다.
other experts from the Korean
온라인으로
side.
참여하고 있는
I also
여러분에게도
appreciate the
깊이
participation of the online
감사드립니다.
audience.
특히 바쁘신 시간 중에
I would
축사를
also like to
해주시기
express
위해서
my gratitude
참석해 주신 박진
to
장관께
Minister
깊은
Park Jin
감사를
of
드립니다.
Foreign Affairs of the Republic of
지금
Korea for being
한반도와
here
주변
despite his
정세는
busy
과거
schedules.
어느 때보다도
The international
복잡하고
landscape surrounding the Korean
긴장이 고조되고
peninsula
있습니다.
is more complex than
미국과
ever
중국의
with rising
경쟁과
tensions.
대립은
Competition and
격화되고
confrontation between the US and China are
연초에
intensifying,
발생한
while
우크라이나
Russia's invasion of
국제
Ukraine
질서를
earlier
혼돈에
this year has
빠뜨리고
put the
있습니다.
global order in turmoil.
특히 러시아와
Russia's
서방의
relations
관계가
with the
극도로
Western countries
악화되었습니다.
have
그
deteriorated
여파로
greatly.
미국을
As a
비롯한
consequence,
서방을
there's an
한편으로 하고
ongoing battle between the
러시아와
West,
중국을
including the
다른
US on
편으로
one
하는
hand,
진영
and Russia
대결
and China on
양상이
the other
전개되고
hand.
있습니다. 이런
And
구도는
this dynamic
동아시아에도
of power
판박이처럼
confrontation is being
투영되고
projected
있습니다.
onto East Asia as
그뿐
well.
아닙니다.
Furthermore,
핵과
North
미사일
Korea's
도발로
nuclear and missile
긴장과
provocations are becoming
긴장의
more
수위를
serious.
높이고 있습니다. 북한의 도발은
Their provocations have
2019년
continued
2월
since the collapse of the Hanoi Summit
정상회담이
in February
결렬된 이후
2019.
지속되어 왔습니다. 트럼프 행정부가
Since the
물러나고
start of the
바이든
Biden
행정부가
administration
들어선
in the
이후
US
그리고 문재인 정부가
and the Yoon
윤석열
government
정부로
in
바뀐
Korea
이후에
after the
도발의
Moon
주기가
Jae-in
짧아지고
administration,
강도는
intensity and
높아지고
frequency
있습니다.
of North Korean provocations have
김여정
increased.
조선노동당 중앙위원회
And Kim Yo-jong of
제1부부장은
North Korea
얼마
even
전에
said recently
문재인 땐
that Seoul
서울이
had not been their
관역이
target
아니었다
during the Moon
라는
administration,
자극적인
which was
말까지
rather a
했습니다.
provocative remark.
이런 소용돌이 속에서
In the middle of
윤석열
this turmoil,
정부는 북한의
the
도발에
Yoon Suk-yeol
강력하게
government of the
대처하고
Republic of Korea
미국과의
has been
공조를
responding
강화하고
strongly to
있습니다.
North Korea's
이에
provocations
따라
and strengthening
한미 안보
coordination with the
협력과
U.S.
한미일 3자
So,
협력
the ROK-U.S.
수위도
security
한층
cooperation
높아졌습니다.
and the trilateral cooperation
결과적으로
between Korea, the U.S. and
강대
Japan
강의
have been
구도가
further
만들어졌고
strengthened.
한반도의
Consequently, we have a
긴장은
confrontational
고조되고
structure
있습니다.
and tensions on the Korean
북한은
peninsula
미중
continue to
경쟁과
rise.
우크라이나 사태
The
이후
DPRK
조성된
seems to believe
서방과
that the confrontational
중국,
structure
러시아의
between the
대립
West
구도가
and China and
도발에
Russia
유리한
formed on the
환경을
back
제공하고
of the
있다고
US-Sino
보고
rivalry
있습니다.
and the Ukraine war has
그래서인지
created favorable
중국과
conditions
러시아의
for
입장에
North Korea's
적극
provocations.
공조하고
So
미국의
Pyongyang has
정책을
been actively
비난하고
supporting the positions of China and
중국과
Russia
러시아는
while
북한의
criticizing
도발에
Washington's policies.
제재를 가하려는
China and
한국과
Russia have been
미국의
hindering
움직임을
Korea and the US
막고
from
있습니다.
imposing additional sanctions on the
북한의
DPRK for
도발과
their
중국,
provocational
러시아의
acts.
북한 감싸기에 대해
Then,
어떻게
how should we
대처해야 할지
deal with North Korea's
북한
continued
비핵화와
provocations and China and
한반도
Russia's
평화라는
implicit
포기할
support
수
for
없는
North Korea?
과제는
How
어떻게
should we
풀어가야
pursue North
할지가
Korea's denuclearization
여러분과
and permanent
세계에
peace on the Korean
주어진
peninsula,
엄중한
which are the
과제입니다.
goals we cannot give up? We must
윤석열
find
정부
answers
출범
to
이후
these questions.
한미 간에는
Under the
인도
Yoon
태평양
government,
정략,
the Korea and the
공급망
US
등
have been
경제
closely
안보,
coordinating on
대만
key issues,
해협,
including economic
남중국해 등
security issues such as the
중국과
Indo-Pacific
관련된
strategy
다양한 이슈를 놓고
and supply chains,
긴밀한
as well as China
교육이
issues over the
이루어지고
Taiwan
있습니다.
Strait and South China Sea.
우크라이나 사태와 관련한
The two countries are
대러시아
also
정책을
coordinating their
두고도
policies
한미
on Russia
공조가
regarding the
강화되었습니다.
situations in Ukraine.
중국과 러시아가
China
이런
and
한미
Russia
공조 흐름에
are
맞서
expected to
공동
form a
전선을
joint front
펼칠 것으로
in response to closer
예상합니다.
coordination between Korea and the
여기에
US.
북한까지 가세할
And the DPRK is expected to take advantage of this new dynamic. And then the situation in the Korean peninsula may become even more dangerous, which poses a new diplomatic challenge to Korea. Recently, China had the 20th Party Congress and the US had the midterm election. At the Party Congress in China, President Xi was successfully elected for his third term. Shifting away from a collective leadership, a new leadership solidified under President Xi has been formed. China declared that it would pursue Chinese modernization, which is different from Western modernization based on liberal democracy and market economy. It means that China is pursuing its own way, focused on ideology rather than pragmatism and global perspective. Now we can no longer stay optimistic about the US-Sino relations. The midterm election in the US resulted in a split government with power divided between the administration and the Congress. But the division is not as deep as expected because the Republican Party gained only a slim majority in the House. Therefore, the North Korean policy stance of the Biden administration is not likely to change much. But the Republican-led House may incite the U.S. to toughen up its China policies. Therefore, we need to follow closely how the U.S.-Sino relations will develop during the third term of President Xi and the second half of President Biden's term. And Korea needs to observe their relations carefully and respond accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, For Korea and the U.S. to respond wisely to the emerging challenges, the two countries need to beef up their alliance based on mutual trust. To this end, our two countries need to continue to utilize close communication channels at all levels. We need to minimize any disagreements or conflicts between the two countries, as this is exactly what North Korea, China, and Russia are waiting to see. This is why the theme of this year's forum is the Alliance in Turbulent Times. I hope that constructive response measures will be devised through in-depth discussions and collective wisdom. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hong Seok-hyun, for your opening remarks. Thank you very much for opening the doors of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. We would now like to invite President John Henry of CSIS for his welcoming address.
Good morning, and thank you all for coming, and special thanks to Foreign Minister Park for being here today. You honor us with your presence, and I know with the words that you'll be giving us. This is the 12th time that we've had the opportunity to jointly come together, JoongAng Ilbo and CSIS. It was the inspiration of Dr. Hong to create a forum where we can talk openly, honestly, as brothers, together about the challenges that we face. It's been, I think, hugely successful, largely because of Dr. Hong's vision. And I want to say a personal thank you to him for making this happen and consistently supporting it. This is undoubtedly a mistake, but I want to just offer some very personal observations. It was 38 years ago when I first came to Korea, stayed at the Shilla Hotel. You can imagine, it wasn't the five-star hotel it is now. I mean, it is just remarkable. And when we came in from the airport, I just marveled at the remarkable success of this country. 38 years ago, Korea was poor and it was ragged. And now it's a sparkling, brilliant country. And a country that, it was poor and desperate only 38 years ago, and now is what, 8th largest country in the world economically, 9th. We were talking with Foreign Minister Park about there needs to be a G8, okay? Korea needs to be in that front row because Korea is now embracing a larger vision of itself, which is long overdue. So we very much support this global pivotal state, GPS, that Foreign Minister Park has spoken about. Korea has always had more to offer to the international community than it has been willing to give in the past. It has felt too constrained by the challenges that it faced, and now Korea is a world leader, and we need Korea to be a world leader. And I think America welcomes this. It's a great opportunity. We're going to talk about many of these issues today when we're together. Forgive me for saying one thing, Korea needs to invest more in its government capacities to be a global leader. And we were talking about this in the foreign ministry. You do excellent, superb work with the kind of foreign policy that you've managed for the last 30 years, but it's a bigger world now. And it needs to be a bigger ministry. It needs to have more depth and talent because we need Korea's leadership around the world. Dr. Hong summarized the enormous challenges that we confront in the world these days. And there are times when it's scary. But when I come here, I'm completely confident in our success. I'm not worried about our future as long as we're together. And I'm so grateful we have this opportunity to be together today. Thank you very much.
네. John Henry, CSIS
Thank you very much, President John Henry, for your welcome remarks. As you mentioned, if the U.S. and Korea continue to work together, and if we can continue this forum and engage in ongoing discussions, I believe that the two countries can lead the world with confidence. Now, I would like to invite Foreign Minister Park Jin for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까? Good morning, everyone. Dr. Hong Seok-hyun, Chairman of the Korea Peace Foundation, Dr. John Henry, President of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Senior Vice President Victor Cha, former Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Cassie Stevens, former Foreign Minister Yoon Young-kwan, former Foreign Minister Yoon Byung-se, and Secretary General of the Korea Peace Foundation, Ambassador Wi Sung-nak, Mr. Daniel Kurtzfeller, Editor of Foreign Affairs, and distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to be here today to congratulate the opening of this year's JCSIS Forum. For more than a decade, this forum has engaged distinguished intellectuals and experts from Korea and the United States to provide valuable insights on our foreign policy. I believe today's theme, Alliance in Turbulent Times, cannot be more timely as the world is facing multiple challenges. Closer to our home, North Korea is posing a grave threat, not only to the Korean peninsula, but also to the international community, with its destabilizing actions, including unprecedented ballistic missile launches. Moreover, our shared values such as freedom, democracy, and human rights, and the rules-based international order are under serious threat around the world. In the meantime, supply chain disruptions, climate change, and global pandemic impact our daily lives. These common challenges require a greater role, responsibility, and contribution of the ROK-US alliance than ever before. It is against this backdrop that President Yoon and President Biden chartered a vision to advance our alliance into a global, comprehensive strategic alliance last May when they met in Seoul. This vision encapsulates our leaders' resolve to expand the geographical range and scope of cooperation between Korea and the United States. Above all, the ROK-US military alliance, forged in blood 7 decades ago, is still at the very core of our ties. Our combined defense posture, coupled with strong and effective extended deterrence, has become more critical in responding to North Korea's provocations. Partnership on economic security and cutting-edge technology represent another pillar of our alliance. Close cooperation on supply chains and critical technologies as civil, nuclear energy, space, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing will allow us to maintain our competitive edge. Distinguished guests, sharing common values such as freedom, democracy, human rights makes Korea and the United States perfect partners in tackling increasingly complex global challenges. Based on this shared vision, we are witnessing the reinvigoration and enhancement of our alliance since the inauguration of the new Korean government last May. Within just a few short months, the top 3 U.S. leaders, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Speaker Pelosi, visited Seoul. In particular, our president have met not only in Seoul, but also in Madrid, London, New York, and Phnom Penh, literally around the world at every possible occasion. 3 weeks ago in Phnom Penh, President Yoon and President Biden reaffirmed our watertight coordination and agreed to strengthen U.S. extended deterrence amid rising tensions in the region, which was fueled by the North's unprecedented provocations and a looming nuclear test. The leaders agreed to step up coordination on issues regarding the Inflation Reduction Act, which will lead to closer and mutually beneficial economic cooperation between our two countries. The two presidents also reaffirmed to deepen regional and global partnership to address common challenges and to promote freedom, peace, and prosperity around the world. President Yoon announced our own regional strategy based on the vision of a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific, which was also welcomed by President Biden. ROK-US Global Comprehensive Strategic Alliance will serve as the bedrock as Korea endeavors to do our part in promoting freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. It is in this spirit that Korea and the US will co-host the second Summit for Democracy, together with the Netherlands, Costa Rica, and Zambia in March next year. Distinguished guests, in just 1 month, we will celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance. I'm confident that 2023 will be a watershed year that deepens our friendship and takes our alliance to the next level. I'm also confident that today's discussion will provide valuable insights and policy recommendations to both our governments as we work hand in glove to further strengthen our global comprehensive strategic alliance for the next 70 years. Once again, congratulations on this wonderful conference. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 박진 외교부 장관께서
Thank you very much, Minister Park Jin, for sharing with us your remarks on the strong alliance between the U.S. and ROK. Thank you for giving us your note of confidence. We would now like to go on to the keynote session with the Assistant Jake Sullivan to the President for National Security Affairs. We will be inviting Dr. Victor Cha and Mr. Jake Sullivan. Mr. Jake Sullivan will be joining us via the online platform from the White House. We will start the keynote conversation as soon as we rearrange the stage.
네. 자, 이렇게 해서 본격적으로 제이크 설리번 미
We are
백악관
just about to
국가안보보좌관의
start
기조
the
세션을
keynote
시작하겠습니다.
conversation with Mr. Jake
빅터
Sullivan, the
차
Assistant to the President for
CSIS
National Security
연결드립니다.
Affairs.
여러분,
We
박수로
would now
환영해
like
주시기
to
바랍니다.
turn the floor to Dr. Victor Cha.
Welcome, everybody, to our keynote conversation with Jake Sullivan, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs in the Biden administration. Prior to that, Mr. Sullivan was National Security Advisor to Vice President Biden, Deputy Chief of Staff to Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and also a professor at Yale Law School. So Jake, I can see you on the screen there. Welcome to the 12th JCSIS Forum. Thank you really for joining us despite your very busy schedule. And I know it's late in the evening in DC. We really appreciate it. You are no stranger to this forum. In fact, when you were a professor at Yale, you participated in it in 2017. And so we really welcome you back, although we can't serve you any delicious Korean food over Zoom. But hopefully we'll have a chance to have you in person in the future, as in the past. Given the limited amount of time, I thought I'd just dive right into our discussion, if that's okay. I'll ask you a couple of questions, but please feel free to expand on them as you wish. And if it's okay, I'd like to start with North Korea. Their missile testing campaign really seems to be quite unstoppable at the moment. As you know well, they tested the Hwasong-17. Everybody expects a 7th nuclear test. The National Defense Strategy describes North Korea as a persistent threat, but this threat continues to grow every day. I wonder if you could sort of tell us how you're thinking about it. What is the administration's policy on North Korea? We've had very full statements with regard to policy on China, but any thoughts that you could offer on where we are in North Korea would be greatly appreciated.
Well, first of all, Victor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to have a conversation. I'm sorry that I can't be there this year in person as I was back in 2017, and not just because I'm missing out on some good food, but I know I'll be missing out on some excellent conversation. I remember very well the forum back in 2017 and how much I took away from it. So my hope is just to contribute at least a little bit this year to pay back what I've gained in past sessions. It's a very important question. Where are we and where are we going with respect to our approach to North Korea, particularly in light of the actions that they have been taking over the past many months? And we really took the first few months of this administration to run a rigorous and systematic policy review on our DPRK policy. And we have essentially been following the core elements of that policy as we move forward. And we tried to be steadfast in what our ultimate objectives are, and then flexible in how we work together with our closest allies, starting with the ROK and Japan, on dealing with this growing and expanding missile and nuclear threat from North Korea. So the North Star of our policy remains as it has been since day one of the administration, which is the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And that's a goal that we share with both the ROK and Japan. It is a goal that we will continue to pursue in close coordination and alignment. And I think the recent trilateral meeting and statement in Cambodia is a reflection of the ways in which we've been able to work together quite effectively, more effectively, I would argue, than at any point in recent memory on a trilateral basis. We've also made clear all along that even as we continue to respond to these missile tests with closer trilateral security and military cooperation, closer intelligence cooperation, and closer cooperation around the implementation of sanctions measures, and we have a new set of sanctions measures coming forward as we speak, that we also are open to serious and sustained dialogue with the DPRK. We've made clear in both public and private communications that we bear no hostile intent towards the DPRK. We are prepared to meet without any preconditions. And yet Pyongyang has to date completely rejected this sincere outreach. In the event that they chose to take a different tack and to engage, we're prepared to explore practical steps that would increase regional security and address the interests of both sides. We obviously have no illusions about the challenge we're up against, about the pace and intensity of testing, and about the difficulty in achieving the ultimate objective that we share with our closest allies. But at the same time, we are not going to cease our consistent and persistent efforts to push back against the provocative activities that we're seeing from the North, to coordinate closely with like-minded partners, to take actions in multiple different formats, to be able to increase the costs and increase the robustness of our response to what we are seeing. And we will also, at the same time, continue to work with partners around the world on enforcing the UN Security Council resolutions. So that's our approach. That's how we're pursuing things. That's how we will continue a policy of deterrence and ultimately a policy through a combination of pressure and diplomacy to arrive at the ultimate objective of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Thanks. Thanks very much for that. Related to that, if I could just ask you with regard to the alliance, as you said, really a fantastic set of bilateral and trilateral statements over the past few months between President Biden, President Yoon, and Prime Minister Kishida. The Phnom Penh statement was really fantastic and unprecedented in many ways. But if I could ask you to elaborate on extended deterrence, what more can the United States do to enhance extended deterrence with allies Japan and South Korea? You know, there's a lot of talk here in Korea these days about the possible return of tactical nuclear weapons to the Korean Peninsula. Is that something that the U.S. would consider, or would the U.S. consider things short of that, like nuclear planning with Japan and South Korea?
So, Victor, our recently released nuclear posture review highlights how we share our allies' concerns that security developments in East Asia and in the Indo-Pacific writ large necessitate a strengthening of U.S. extended deterrence. So that is a kind of fundamental strategic premise that we're operating from, and we're operating on a common basis with our allies in the ROK and Japan. And we're working in our alliances with both the ROK and Japan to develop an effective mix of tangible measures to this end, of specific practical steps we can take to strengthen the extended deterrence commitment. That includes a more visible regional presence of U.S. strategic capabilities. It includes relaunching the Extended Deterrence Strategy and Consultation Group with the ROK, which has had productive sessions, and those sessions have been reported out to each of our respective presidents. And it includes leader-to-leader level engagement to work through what kind of the next suite of practical steps will look like. I can tell you that in their meeting in Phnom Penh, President Biden and President Yoon spent a considerable amount of time talking through the extended deterrence issue, really puzzling through the ways that we can most effectively and jointly enhance extended deterrence. Now, unfortunately, I hate to let the audience down, but I can't read out the details of that conversation on this issue, and I can't get into the specific military measures that are under consideration. But I can assure you that at the core of our dialogue with allies is a commitment driven from President Biden himself to engage in more cooperative decision-making with allies on nuclear deterrence in the region. That is something the president has committed to, both to President Yoon and to Prime Minister Kishida, and he will follow through on it. And that includes deeper deliberations with allies on sensitive nuclear weapons issues, both in bilateral formats and in multilateral formats. It includes measures that will help us upgrade the alliance software that we have in the region, and it will allow us also to take steps with respect to the hardware too. So I'm sorry, that's about as far as I can go in terms of delving into what that will look like in practice as we go forward. But I can just tell you that from the nuclear posture review and the National Defense Strategy and these intensive consultations at the leader level and down to this extended deterrence working group, we really are taking steps to ensure that U.S. capabilities in the region can meet the growing threats from the DPRK and the growing strategic threat from the PRC as well.
Thanks for that. Sounds like there's a lot of activity happening, and that's good to hear. You finished with reference to China, so let me move to China and ask you a question about that as it relates to some of the questions and concerns we've heard here while we've been here in Seoul. The administration has called China the pacing threat for the United States. The administration has been very successful at pursuing this coalitional approach to bring allies and partners together on everything from freedom of navigation to supply chains. However, a new element of the strategy is this focus on export controls, first with regard to semiconductors, and possibly, at least we read in the press, possibly expanding to other areas like quantum or biotech. How do you think or expect to bring allies along, like Korea, Japan, and others, on these sorts of initiatives?
So, as you know, Victor, our basic approach to dealing with the challenge posed by China is very straightforward. It's invest, align, compete. Invest in the sources of our strength and national power at home, align with allies and partners so that we are proceeding jointly on setting the rules of the road and on countering the PRC where we believe they are engaged in actions that are stabilizing or counter to our interests, and then compete effectively with China across a range of different issues. The align piece of that is a core fundamental priority of the Biden administration. It's a hallmark of the Biden foreign policy, our work with allies. And it's a focus of all of our efforts, including on issues related to technology and national security, and including specifically on issues like export controls. So you mentioned export controls on semiconductors. Before we took the action on October 7th, we engaged in intensive consultations with both the ROK and Japan. The consultations we did with the ROK government actually allowed us, as a result of those discussions, to craft the regulations in a way that protected our national security, but also mitigated unintended impacts to Korean industry. And so, we were gratified by the level of coordination and alignment there. And we are continuing to engage on the logic behind those export controls and what steps we will ask our allies to take alongside us to ensure that they are most effective and most tailored, because we really do want them focused on core national security concerns and not sweeping too broadly. Those are sensitive conversations, they're ongoing, and we expect that they will bear fruit. We are fundamentally intensifying our diplomatic engagement on technology issues across the board. Export controls is only one piece of that. There's investment screening, there's supply chain resilience, there's research partnerships. And having a combination of a shared perception of the threat environment, a shared understanding of our respective strengths and vulnerabilities, putting that together, we can build a collective approach to the technologies that will drive the industries of the future. So when the president was in the ROK earlier this year, just as an example, he and President Yoon went together to Samsung. And if you go back and look at each of their comments at the event that took place at that Samsung factory, you'll see each of them spoke about a vision for closer alignment around each of these elements of technology and national security. And under their direction, we've held the first US ROK economic security dialogue with each of our national security councils that has, I think, taken us a long way on aligning policies and perspectives on these issues. This is consistent with how we're approaching things across the board. We have a similar dialogue with Japan. On Monday, we're going to have the Trade and Technology Council with the EU. We have senior level bilateral initiatives with countries and partners like India. And then we have multilateral efforts that are very much apace right now to align international export control regulations with our human rights objectives. So a lot of work to do on this. We are facing a competitor that's determined to dominate certain advanced technology sectors, and in particular to deploy that technology for advanced military modernization, as well as surveillance and other human rights abuses, and is willing to devote a lot of resources for that purpose. So we need to be clear-eyed about that. And we need to first and foremost invest in ourselves and in our own strengths and in each other. And then we need to align on these issues of export controls, investment screening, and broader questions of economic security. I think we are well on our way to accomplishing that, but there is unfinished business here, and we have to continue down this track.
Great, thanks very much for that. I know your time is limited, so I wanted to ask you one more question on an issue that I'm sure you've already heard a lot about from your South Korean interlocutors, and that is the Inflation Reduction Act. As you know well, this is at the top of the minds of many of the folks here in Korea. I know that you set up a bilateral channel with regard to this. Is there anything else that you can share in terms of how those discussions are going? What's your timeline, and what's the objective actually of those discussions?
Look, the objective is straightforward. The Inflation Reduction Act is the most ambitious piece of climate legislation in American history. It is a massive bet on accelerating and growing a clean energy transition to the benefit of U.S. businesses and workers, and to the benefit of business and workers of our allies and partners, including the ROK. We believe the IRA is going to stimulate and drive massive growth in industries on which ROK companies have a huge competitive advantage, and it will, as a result, benefit the Korean economy, Korean industry, Korean growth in a big way. We do not see this as a zero-sum game. We think the IRA is going to grow the pie for clean energy investments, not split it up. And there's no doubt that ROK companies are going to play an important role in our efforts to expand and intensify the clean energy ecosystem and combat the climate crisis. There is a particular issue with respect to the ROK's concerns that have been, I think, very ably and clearly advocated by the ROK government to us about the electric vehicle provisions of the IRA. We take those seriously. As you say, we have ongoing consultations on those. We believe that there are ways for us within the context of the law as it is written to ensure this is in fact a win-win and not a zero-sum game. How that exactly plays out in terms of the practicalities of investments and the incentives that are contained within the act, I will leave to that bilateral channel as we work through the issues. I will also say we are similarly working with other partners on concerns they have, including the European Union. And I believe that at the end of the day, we will be able to produce a clean energy ecosystem that leaves everyone better off, and that the massive investments of federal dollars the United States is making will go to benefit the United States, but will also go to benefit ROK industry, European industry, and the industry of other free market democracies who have stood with us and who want to see a global ecosystem that is helping solve the climate crisis and drive clean energy technology. We're committed to making that happen. We're approaching this in good faith. This also was a subject that President Biden and President Yoon had the opportunity to consult on when they were in Phnom Penh, and we will continue at every level until we get to an outcome that works for all of us.
Thanks, Jake. Could you, I know you can't really speak to the substance of the negotiations, but are you confident that this is something that is going to reach, as you say, a win-win solution, in the lame duck or early next year? Any sense of that?
Look, I'm going to be honest with you that I'm measuring my words carefully on this because I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to work through the specifics of how the IRA actually impacts industries, the EV battery industry, auto industry, et cetera, specific companies, specific investments and the like, and then work through what solutions look like. Now, we believe that within the context of the law as written, there are solutions to be had, but we will continue to figure out how to proceed on that. I will not make any predictions, or sweeping promises. What I will say is that I have an underlying confidence in what this law has to offer and the ways in which we can effectively work together to ensure it is win-win. And I will leave it at that. recognizing it's not the kind of clear and straight answer you might be looking for, but I think that's what's best suited for the moment. And the reason that I'm being cautious and what I'm saying is because I am personally determined to figure out how to navigate through this effectively, recognizing the importance of this issue to both of our countries and to finding a good solution.
Well, thanks. I appreciate your taking that last question. Thanks so much, Jake, for all of your time this evening in DC. Thank you for your service to the nation and your service to the Alliance. And we miss you here, and we hope that you'll join us in person again at some point in the near future.
I look forward to the opportunity to do that. And Victor, thank you. And thank you for everything that you do to support this relationship, this alliance. I should just say one last thing, which is that we too here in Washington are very excited to mark the 70th anniversary of the alliance next year. And we are looking forward to putting this alliance on a course where the next 70 years will be even more fruitful in terms of what is being delivered for the people of our two countries in the last 70 years were. And that's a damn high bar, because this has been an unbelievably important relationship to both our countries. And we're only going to make it more so as we go forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks again, Jake. Thank you for joining us for the JCSIS keynote conversation with Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor to President Biden.
That brings us to the end of the keynote session with the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs of the White House, as well as Senior Vice President Victor Cha. A big round of applause, please. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. Let us take a short break before we resume for Session 1. We will be resuming for Session 1, U.S.-Asia Policy after the midterm election at 10:20. Thank you very much.
제대로 된 밥 한 끼 배불리 먹이고 싶은 마음. 공부할 때 움츠리지 않았으면 하는 마음. 꿈을 포기하지 않도록 곁에서 응원하고 싶은 마음. 그래서 밝은 웃음 가득했으면 하는 마음. 이런 마음들이 하나 둘 모이고 모여 2,700여 개의 선한 영향력 가게가 생겨났습니다. 모두가 함께 채워가는 세상. 그래서 우리는 함께 있지 않아도 함께.
JTBC 온 캠페인.
저항한다.
첫눈에 반한다는 말이 뭔가 했거든. 이런 게 첫사랑일까? JTBC 녹색 꽃기울색 꽃분홍색 다채로운 즐거움 아마 난 너를 좋아하나 봐 출발 JTBC
네, 20분이 조금 안 되는 짧은 휴식 시간을 마치고
We
이제
did have a very
본격적으로
brief
중앙일보
break.
CSIS
We would
포럼
now like to resume
2022의
for session
세션들을
1
시작하겠습니다.
of the
첫 번째
JoongAng
세션을
CSIS
진행하기
Forum
위해서 지금 무대 위로
2022.
우리 대담을
We
해주실
have
분들께서
invited
올라와
the
주고
panelists
계시는데요.
for
첫 번째
session 1
세션의
on
주제는
stage.
미
The topic for
중간선거
session
이후의
1 is
아시아
US-Asia
정책입니다.
policy after the midterm election.
흥미진진한 이야기들이
We look forward
오고 가지 않을까
to
생각이
indeed a
드는데요.
very
첫
interesting
번째
session.
세션의 좌장을
Let me introduce the moderator for session 1. We have with us Foreign Minister Yoon Byung-se of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
오늘 회의 주제가
The theme of this year's forum is the alliance in turbulent times. And we heard the opening speech, the congratulatory speech, and the welcome speech, as well as the keynote discussion. And we were able to understand the overall landscape and responses to the changing landscape at a higher level. So it was indeed very informative. Now, in this first session, we're going to be discussing US-Asia policy after the midterm election, which will include discussions on the Indo-Pacific policy of the US. We first need to be aware of the current situation. When it comes to the turbulent times that we're going through, President Biden stated that the world is at an inflection point, and the U.S. is now going to enter into a decisive decade, which will determine the terms of the geopolitical competition of the U.S. And Mr. Richard Haas made a contribution to Foreign Affairs magazine, and he mentioned also that the next 10 years is going to be a decade of danger, the most dangerous decade after the end of the Second World War. And President Xi mentioned that this year, the international community is going through unprecedented challenges and changes. So it is indeed an era of great turbulence and great transformation. So the next 10 decades, or the next 10 years, will align with the third and fourth, potentially fourth term of President Xi. And so many are saying that we are now going into a very long and dark tunnel, which is difficult to predict. We used to have the Indo-Pacific region that was leading peace and prosperity in the post-Cold War era, but this very region, the Indo-Pacific region, is where there are potential military conflicts in addition to the current intensifying tensions. The Indo-Pacific region is at the core of great transformation. The NSS of the U.S. defined the Indo-Pacific region as the epicenter of the 21st century geopolitics. And in the NSS, the U.S. announced specific action plans that will be taking place for the next 1 or 2 years. There are many aspects to these action plans, but they are critical about responding to aggressive postures of China. As Mr. Sullivan mentioned, the U.S. will not act alone, but rather will strengthen alliance and coordination with allies and partners. And allies are key stakeholders that will support such alliances and coalitions. And Korea is a critical ally of the U.S. As Foreign Minister Park Jin mentioned, the new government has been intensifying and expanding its alliance with the U.S. And recently, President Yoon announced the new Korean Indo-Pacific strategy when he visited Southeast Asia. Now, given these changes in the U.S. and also in Korea, China and Russia and the DPRK have been sending warnings that they will not stay still, but they will take their own action. So you can see that there are competitions and confrontations between the blocs based on values and ideologies. And so there are increasing and emerging geopolitical and geoeconomic challenges. So these are the kinds of challenges the ROC-US alliance has to address. And President Biden in the NSS report that it's never a good bet to bet against the US, and he also mentioned that what we will do in the next couple of years is going to make a determinant factor change. So a lot of people are discussing what Korea has to do as well. And recently there was the midterm election in the US. And we're going to be discussing U.S.-Asia policies and Indo-Pacific policies in the context of the midterm election. The outcome of the midterm election is out. And we can discuss the implications of the midterm elections on the U.S.-Asia policies. As was mentioned previously, the Republican Party was not able to win a majority, absolute majority, but we still have a divided Congress and a divided government and Congress. While the outcome of the midterm election is rather favorable for the Biden administration, they will be able to maintain overall China strategies and the Indo-Pacific strategy in a consistent manner. And in this regard, we have invited experts from Korea and the US. With us, we have President John Henry. We also have editor Daniel Koltz-Pelen of Foreign Affairs and Professor Kim Jae-chul of the Catholic University and Professor Choi Woo-sun of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. So in the first part of the session, we are going to be discussing more of a larger picture of what's happening in this region and what kinds of policies we need to implement to strengthen the ROC-US alliance. So, in this regard, I'm going to invite Mr. Koltz-Pelen for his initial remarks.
Thank you so much. And let me begin by, first of all, apologizing for the state of my voice. This is the lingering effects of a cold last month that seems to have been exacerbated by the long flight. So I hope everyone can hear me okay. And then I also want to start by thanking our host today, JoongAng and CSIS, for having me. I look forward to learning a lot from our conversations over the next couple of days, and it's hugely beneficial for me and I think all of us on the U.S. delegation to have the chance to hear perspectives, and wonderful to be doing it in person after the last couple of years. I want to start with a prefatory point that may seem off topic, but I think really does loom over discussions of America's global role right now. In some ways, the most important outcome of the midterm elections last month is that they did not mark a crisis in American democracy. That is, they were held without major disruption or incident and delivered a result that, with a few minor exceptions, was accepted by all the key players. That may seem a relatively low bar for a well-established democracy by the United States, but it's worth remembering that there were real concerns beforehand about the ability of the U.S. to pull off this basic function of democracy. And had the outcome been different, had there been a contested election, or had there been the kind of forces that led to the events of January 6th, again in this case, I think that would have really overshadowed and undermined the ability of the United States to carry out a foreign policy, its global role, its international influence. I think this will continue to be a challenge, but for all of us observing this in the United States, I think that was a key outcome, even leaving aside the specific results of a Democratic majority in the Senate and Republican majority in the House. But with that preface, I want to focus on how the political dynamics in this new coming years will both reinforce and complicate the central dynamics in U.S. foreign policy right now. The three key ones that I would focus on are China and the Indo-Pacific, Russia and Ukraine, and global economy. China, as I'm sure all of you know, is one of very few areas of real bipartisan consensus in Washington right now. It is really hard, I think, to overstate the degree to which views on China have shifted in a hardline direction over the past decade, but especially in the past 5 or 6 years, I would say. It was almost exactly 5 years ago that President Trump, the Trump administration, released its national security strategy, which announced the return of great power competition, brought that word back into as a central focus of American foreign policy. And since then, that has really become a consensus view, both among commentators and among policymakers in both parties. A lot of what Trump said, some of the hawkish statements on China that seemed outrageous 5 or 6 years ago, I think are seen as relatively conventional aspects of both parties' foreign policies at this point. So what we're likely to see is agreement on the basic focus, but a race to outdo the other side in standing up against China, really to show that each side is more hardline than the other, and to look for ways to show that the opposing party is weak or feckless or self-defeating in its approach to China and this region. That can take relatively constructive or productive forms. We saw in the past couple of years a couple of pieces of surprising bipartisan legislation that I would argue really resulted from this concern over the China challenge in the United States. The first of these was a major infrastructure bill that was passed with bipartisan support. This had been seen as the kind of golden ring of legislation, kind of long promised and called for years and years. And it really took this shared concern over China to get it passed, even in a very divisive political time. And the second was, of course, the CHIPS Act, which has reinvigorated American investment in both semiconductors, but also in basic research and development. But I think just because there is consensus at a high level, we're not likely to see comedy on this issue, and that is because of that spiral dynamic, that race to outdo each other that we will see from both sides, both parties, in the years ahead. And that could be destabilizing in a variety of ways. The one that I would really focus on is Taiwan. I know all of you in this region paid close attention to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan over the summer and the potential fallout from that visit and China's response. I expect that the next Speaker of the House, likely Republican Kevin McCarthy, will visit Taiwan very soon after he takes power. We will see a larger delegation, an attempt to show greater strength, to make more declarative statements with a likely response from China that could lead to some very complicated dynamics. There's debate over a Taiwan Policy Act in the House, in Congress, that would change some key aspects of U.S. policy towards Taiwan, again, in potentially destabilizing ways. And the politics will, I think, make it very hard for members in both parties to oppose it, even given those concerns. And then we're, of course, going into presidential election seasons in both the United States and in Taiwan. You've already seen some likely candidates in the United States make comments about U.S. policy towards Taiwan that would shift from the consensus and some of the pillars of that policy over the last few years. I expect you'll see more pressure to make those kind of statements both in the presidential race and in Congress. This is going to complicate the Biden administration strategy in a couple of key ways. First of all, there's been this focus on creating guardrails around competition, creating a floor to competition in order to prevent what is going to be an ongoing challenge from the U.S. perspective from turning into real catastrophe. That was, of course, the focus of the discussion between President Biden and President Xi in Bali last month. But it's going to be very, very hard to maintain the kind of message discipline and the kind of consistency that is going to be required to go from what has been this kind of escalating competition to what former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd has called managed strategic competition. Can we get to something that does not expect full-fledged return to engagement or cooperation of past years, but that still prevents real catastrophe? And then the second complicated dimension of this, and I know we've already heard about this in discussion so far, and I'm sure we will later in the day, this will create more pressure on allies in this region, U.S. allies in this region, to take stands on some tough issues. And I expect that will be a complicated dynamic in these discussions going forward. The China and Indo-Pacific issues, I think, intersect with what will continue to be the most urgent focus of American foreign policy that will affect this region as well as Europe in the years ahead, and that is, of course, the war in Ukraine. I think the view in the administration is that the war is likely to go on for some time. There's not a clear off-ramp in negotiations, nor is there an easy way to see a victory for either side in the coming months. So this will again continue to suck up a lot of the oxygen and attention in the months ahead. There will be a debate in Congress about whether the war is a distraction from what is, again, the most important long-term strategic challenge, which is what is happening in this region and the challenge from China. So you've already seen hints from Speaker McCarthy, or likely future Speaker McCarthy, about cracking down a bit, tightening up on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. So that will become increasingly divisive. And I think you'll also, in that context, start to see more pressure on allies and partners to do more on Ukraine, including those in Asia. And this is not just going to be about condemning Russia or taking what may be difficult votes in the UN, but also on help with weapons and ammunition, taking costly decisions on sanctions and helping to allay some of the fallout from the war and the US and allied response. This is likely to be a higher priority as the war goes on and as the willingness of the US Congress to write checks to Ukraine is less forthcoming. And then finally relevant to this region is, I think, the sharp focus on the China-Russia relationship. And people will be keeping a sharp eye on whether Chinese support for Russia seems to be escalating, whether there is more willingness on the part of Beijing to restrain Russia, but that will be a major focus in this region. And then third, quickly, and this is another area where I think there's surprising consensus between the parties, is on the role of economics in foreign policy. I think there's a sense, to put it in simple terms, that the U.S. Must do more at home and pay less regard to the international consequences, even when it comes to allies. This is for both security and domestic political reasons. Of course, the friction over the Inflation Reduction Act and electric vehicle subsidies is a manifestation of this that all of you are very familiar with. There are others speaking today who have much more to say about this particular issue, but I would say, to be frank, it'll take this is likely to keep happening. I think we'll see more of this, and it'll take really careful diplomacy to anticipate the consequences, manage them, allay them where possible. And then I would also say on economics, there is a continued resistance among both parties to talking about trade and market access as part of these discussions. I know when you travel in this region, you hear a lot of desire from policymakers and scholars in allied capitals, especially for U.S. involvement in CPTPP or discussions about trade again. I don't see that as likely to return. So the question is whether the mechanisms that the administration has put in place, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, or some of the CHIPS mechanisms, which I don't think have a ton of substance now, whether somehow that can grow into a substantive conversation even without the promised land of market access to keep everyone moving forward. And then just to return a bit to the issue that I started with, I think the most important question for American foreign policy in this region in the next couple of years is going to be whether divided government will allow for a functioning foreign policy at all. Despite consensus on some of these major issues, there's going to be a lot of political friction heading into the next election. We already have, of course, one declared candidate for 2024, and that's former President Trump. But there will be lots of focus on oversight by the Republican-led House. There will be the discussion over issues like Afghanistan that the administration would like to see in the rearview mirror. And so this is going to complicate the ability and distract the administration from carrying out some of these priorities. So I will leave it there and look forward to hearing from my colleagues and then from all of you in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing with us the overview of foreign policies of the U.S. after the midterm election, including the policies for China, including the Taiwan issue, as well as relations including Ukraine and economy as well to some extent. And thank you for also sharing with us the consensus that is bipartisan. And thank you also for sharing with us the election that is coming up. And so taking this overview into consideration, let us now take this opportunity to take a look at the Korean perspective. Professor Kim Jae-chul, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. Concerning this topic, U.S. Asia policy after the midterm election. Well, I don't believe that there's a big impact on the U.S.-Asia policy or the U.S.-Indo-Pacific policy after the midterm election. Of course, we could take various factors into consideration, but despite the midterm election, all foreign policies will be led by the administrative body. As we have just heard from Mr. Kurtzfellen, we can see that there could be some episodes related to Taiwan from Capitol Hill, but foreign policies will indeed be led by the administrative body. And as you're well aware, their Asia policy, especially related to Taiwan, is being driven by the G2 competition. And so I would like to talk about 3 points. First, the G2 relations, and second, related to the G2 competition, how will this impact the relationship between U.S. and allies in the region? And if time allows, I would like to mention a third point. What are the tasks for the Republic of Korea? First, the G2 relations. As you're well aware, already last month, it's already last month because it's December, we did have the summit between U.S. and China. And because of this summit, we could see the will of the two to manage this relationship. And following the summit, we have seen that whether it be economy or climate change or military affairs, we did see high-level exchanges and contact between the two countries. And according to the media, Blinken will possibly visit China early next year. And so we can see that the G2 relations, which was being continually aggravated, may be taking a different direction. And so at the very least, I think we have stopped the aggravation of the relations. But at this point in time, we can ask a question on following the summit and following the exchanges, does it mean that there will be a fundamental shift in the relationship? Well, it's difficult to say yes to that question. We can see this in the statements by the two presidents. Well, President Biden mentioned that he will have responsible management for the economy. This actually means continued competition. And President Xi, unlike what many people were concerned about, he did mention a message of cooperation and peace, but he mentioned that he will stand by the basic position of China, and this position obviously is different from the basic position of the U.S. And so President Xi wishes for equal relations with U.S., but this is not something the U.S. is willing to accept. President Biden will not allow China to overtake the U.S. under his term. And so there will be continuous fierce competition between the two states. And in the long term, I believe that the distance between the two countries will continue to widen. And if it is further aggravated, then we can worry about the fragmentation of the world. The second point that I would like to make is as follows. So taking this G2 relations into consideration, what are some of the similarities and differences between the U.S. and its allies in the region? The Biden administration is competing with China, and therefore, in order to compete with China, he will continue to strengthen coalition with the U.S. allies in the region, because this is a very important pillar for the U.S.-China policy. And this attempt to strengthen the coalition may contribute to temporarily lightening the aggressive policies from the Chinese side. And so the U.S. will probably continue in this direction. And from the perspective of the countries in this region, the countries in this region are welcoming the position of the U.S. But despite so, there are differences of opinion between the regional allies and the U.S. And if we don't overcome these differences of opinion, it's difficult to continue the coalition. There are so many, but I would like to mention just two because of the time constraint. I think the focus or the objective of the coalition may be slightly different. From the U.S. perspective, the objective is to keep China in check. And so the Indo-Pacific strategy of the U.S. mostly targets China, but the countries in this region may have different thoughts. First, the coalition may feel excessively focused on security, and we need to share the economic benefits between the U.S. and the countries in this region in order for this coalition to continue. And so, is this coalition leading to economic benefits for this region? That is something that is being questioned. And added to that, if economic benefits are not shared, and if there is an overly excessive focus on security in the coalition, will this coalition be successful in achieving the U.S. goals to keep China in check? Well, many of the countries have difficult relations with China, not because of security issues, but because of economic issues. So economic coercion is actually the foundation of the concerns in this region. And so in order to deal with fundamental concern, we will need an economy-based coalition. And so maybe U.S. is not focusing on the economic aspect as much as it is needed by the countries in this region. And I think a more fundamental difference of opinion could be the actual result in the G2 relations. I think the view from the U.S. and countries in this region may be different. So if we take a look at the end game of the G2 relations, what should it look like? The vision from the U.S. side and the regional states is different. Biden continues to focus on competition with China. Steady state of competition or persistent competition is being emphasized by the Biden administration. And so there is no vision for the end game. But countries in this region may feel like it is excessively confrontational. Because from the position of the countries in this region, we do share the goal to contain China, to keep China in check, but if it becomes excessively confrontational, that is something that may not be aligned with the interests of the countries in this region, because the countries in this region, compared to the U.S., is geographically closer to China, and compared to the U.S., we are more dependent on the U.S., the Chinese economy, and if China were to retaliate, then it would target the countries in this region rather than the U.S. And so this is an inevitable concern possessed by the countries in this region. Then I would like to go on to my third point concerning the ROK-US alliance. What are some of the tasks at hand? I don't have a lot of time, so let me just talk about this for a minute or so. The Yoon administration continues to attempt to strengthen the US ROK alliance, and many people have already talked about how the alliance is being strengthened under this administration. But there are some tasks at hand in order to make it sustainable. First, when we attempt to strengthen the alliance, in the end, it is for national interests. And so, the efforts to strengthen the alliance needs to be aligned with the national interest. Is there an alignment or is there a disalignment? Well, many people are not so sure that it is fully aligned. And so we need to make an effort to align the two. And I think a prime example is IRA, which we continue to talk about already through today's forum. And second, when we strengthen the US-ROK alliance, it tends to be viewed as being anti-Chinese. And that really is not beneficial to our national interests. And so we need to strengthen our alliance, but we also need to be careful in making sure that it does not look anti-Chinese. And so we do need efforts to engage with China. The third aspect is that we do have the goal of strengthening our alliance, but at the same time, we have to think about, is that enough? As an alternative, we can also take a look at international cooperation and coalition. And when we strengthen international coalition, it's not necessarily limited to strengthening our alliance with the US. And so we need to couple the efforts to strengthen the alliance and also international coalition. Due to the time constraint, I will end my initial remarks at this point.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. You made three very important points.
Well, of the 3 points, we will discuss this later in the discussion portion of our session, but what is the end game to the G2 competition from President Biden's side? You mentioned that the vision is not clear. I think this is something that we can discuss later on during the discussion portion of our session. And related to the US-ROK alliance, is the strengthening of our alliance aligned with the national interest? I think that's a great topic for discussion. Then let us go on to President John Henry of CSIS. We will go to your remarks.
Does this work? I don't see a way to turn it on. I hope it's working. Okay. Both of my colleagues have really said very, very important things, and so I think I would like to elaborate a little bit so that the audience might understand the underlying dynamics of what's going on in the U.S. I can't speak to Korea. But on the U.S. and CSIS is a nonpartisan think tank. Okay, we don't take sides, so I'm going to be very objective about it. But I think it's important to understand what's going on inside the United States to understand what Professor Kim just said and what Mr. Kurtz-Valen said. Both political parties are going through a profound internal revolution. Different dynamics in each, but one thing they do share, and that is the fringes of their party are more shaping the agenda of the party than the core, than the center. And what we see, we also have to look to see what's happening in those fringes. The progressives in the Democratic side are still angry about the recession in 2008, where rich people got away with not suffering much and poor people lost their jobs. Okay. The Republican Party is increasingly dominated by a very different dynamic. The Republican Party, which used to be the party of Wall Street and Main Street, is now a blue-collar party. It's representing blue-collar workers in America. And so the progressive Democrats are angry about America's past, and radical Republicans are angry about America's future. Okay, anger is the core right now in our politics. And what it's doing is it's driving a parochialism in our politics. So President Biden very pointedly said he has a foreign policy for the middle class. I'm not sure I know what that is, but it does sound like protectionism, protecting jobs. That's what it sounds like to me. And if you look to see what was IRA, what was the CHIPS Act, what was the infrastructure bill, that's what it is. It's parochial efforts to boost the American economy, really. The Republican Party is caught with a profound internal revolution. You know, it was the party of big business. It's now the party of blue-collar workers. It's no longer a party that champions trade liberalization. You know, it's a party that, again, is focused on the grievances that they see American citizens living with. So it's, at the core, both parties now begin their frame of reference to any problem from a parochial standpoint. What's good for us at home? Okay. It's hard to have a smart foreign policy when that's your starting point. And then I think we also have to talk a bit about how we're both reacting to the rise of China. You know, I thought, you know, when we had the recession in 2008, I thought President Obama did a great job of, because at the time we had scratchy relations with China, but he didn't blame China for our recession. We blamed it on ourselves. But what we've done over the last 3 years is we've blamed China for our problems. So there's now a deep competition between the two parties over who can be most anti-China. You know, each one identifying the grievances of their respective constituencies as caused by China. This is very dangerous, in my view. So now we throw into the mix, what does that mean for foreign policy? I think we should be listening very, very carefully to what our friends in Korea are saying, what our friends in Japan are saying. How do you live next to the world's second largest economy that has a radically different worldview of politics? How society is organized and the role of government and the freedoms of citizens. We have profoundly different understandings. But I guess I would use the analogy, this is like an old married couple. They don't love each other anymore, but they got to live in the same house. Okay? And we don't have that attitude in the U.S. right now. I think there's a deeper wisdom in Korea on how to manage this future than there is, frankly, in Washington, D.C. Now, we're going to have some very important friction points between us. And I think, National Security Advisor Sullivan, Victor did a great job of asking these questions. But he asked this question, where is this semiconductor sanctions policy going? And National Security Advisor Sullivan said, well, we consulted extensively with our friends in Korea. I'll just say that's not the impression my Korean friends have, that they were consulted extensively. And it's, right now I know from talking to friends in Korean business and American companies, they feel considerable anxiety about the impulse that's underway that seems to be driven by this parochial competition with China, but not strategically designed. So this is going to be a significant factor that's going to affect Korea and our relations together. I don't think that, you were right, Professor Kim, when you talked about the shift towards economics being the dominant character of this era. That's true. That's very true. But our coordination structures revolve around traditional national security things, DOD, state. It doesn't involve coordination on economic policies. And yet that's going to be the friction spot we're going to be wrestling with as allies going forward. I think that has to be the agenda for the next years. we're on a course right now where we're going to increasingly do things on a unilateral basis, and then everybody has to figure out how do they live with the consequences of it. That's not the foundation for a strong alliance, frankly. And I think we should talk about that later. But let me stop here.
우리 henry 소장님께서 지금 이
Dr. Henry talked about various policies, including the Biden administration policies, as well as the situation in the two parties and how it will impact the alliance.
Next, I'm going to invite Professor Choi Woo-sun of Korea National Diplomatic Academy for his initial remarks. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the JoongAng Ilbo and CSIS for inviting me to this important forum. So in my initial remarks, I would like to discuss how the U.S.-Asian policies are changing, and I'm going to share my view on these policies as well as my view on the Iraq-U.S. alliance and make some policy suggestions if time allows. I remember it was back in 2017 when the U.S.-China policy started to change away from an engagement policy to a containment policy. And then the G2 competition began in full swing after 2017. And in the 2000s, of course, the U.S. had some concerns about China, but the U.S. was more engaged in anti-terrorism and terror-related wars. But now the U.S. full attention is basically laser focused on China. This is what's happening right now, according to my observation. So here, China policies of the U.S. are the key or core of the U.S. foreign policies. But in order to understand the nature of the U.S.-China policies, we need to understand the underlying currents. And in short, what I can say is that underlying all these changes in the U.S.-China policy are changes in the dynamics. Of course, there's a very strong rise of China. And in the U.S., many policymakers and commentators are saying that China would be of a greater threat to the U.S. than any of the Cold War enemies. As a result, the U.S. stance against China has been changing. Now, the U.S. number one goal, according to my own analysis, is to slow down China's growth while investing in the U.S. capabilities and strengths so that they can continue to maintain the competitive advantage. And that is why the U.S. is trying to strengthen coalition and alliances with the allies and partners, and they're also investing in strengthening their military capabilities. And then the U.S. is also trying to implement competitive policies to nurture their own industry so that they could continue to maintain competitive advantage over China. But as Mr. Kurt Spellen mentioned, there's another aspect to that which is quite important. The second policy objective, in my view, is that the U.S. may not want to go into an arms race or an all-out military conflict with the U.S. The China is not posing any obvious military threat right now. The U.S. has this basic assumption that China may be an imminent military threat in the future, but not right now. Currently, the U.S. is trying to contain China, and the U.S. does not want to create sort of a next Cold War. And recently, there was a summit meeting between the U.S. and China, and President Biden emphasized maintaining a stable relations with China. So in that context, we can see that the U.S. is trying to employ their foreign policies to ensure that there will be some level of stability. in their relations with China. The Ukraine war is ongoing, and there was the midterm election in the U.S. So these could provide some important turning points. So we have been thinking about the implications of the Ukraine war and the midterm election on the U.S. policies. As was mentioned by the previous speakers, there will be no fundamental change in the U.S. foreign policies. China is a strong threat to the U.S., which has been this way for several years, and the U.S. is, of course, motivated to contain China or keep China in check. So in that sense, there is bipartisan consensus between the two parties in Washington to continue to keep China in check. So there may be some differences in terms of details, but overall, both parties support strong China policies by the U.S. government. So this stance is expected to continue for some time. And despite the Ukraine war, I believe that Asia will still be one of the top priority areas for the U.S. In the past, the U.S. engaged in anti-terrorism wars in the Middle East, but now the U.S. has to stay focused on keeping China in check because China is the biggest threat to the U.S. So it is very likely that the U.S. will continue to focus on China, even though there is an ongoing war in Ukraine. And regarding this Ukraine war, the U.S. will continue to utilize sanctions and other measures to respond to Russia. And in this way, the U.S. will try to respond to the situations in Europe. Now moving on to Asia, you may know that Asia is basically based on the maritime theater, which is different from Europe. The U.S. has very strong military presence in Asia, so even though there may be some need for engagement in Europe, about this war, the U.S. is likely to continue to maintain their defense posture in the U.S. Of course, when it comes to nuclear issues, this may be a different story. I believe that the U.S. may utilize its Air Force capabilities and other capabilities to respond to any emergency situation in Asia. And there may be some situations where the U.S. will not longer be able to maintain the same posture, but there is a strong warning against the potential American engagement, military engagement in Asia. So it may only be to a limited scope if there's any such contingency. And when you think about any economic cost, I believe that Russia can be suppressed effectively through other means. Now moving on to the long-term perspective on the U.S.-Sino relations. First of all, what I'd like to say is that there is intensifying rivalry and competition between the U.S. and China, and this may continue for some time because this is actually related to the structural changes of power. For several years in the future, China may continue to reduce its gap with the U.S., and going forward, the U.S. is likely to implement even stronger measures. China is already quite a strong country with a strong economy, and President Xi Jinping has firm leadership in China, so such strategic competition between the two will continue, and the situation may not change dramatically in the near future. As China becomes a strong power, it may lead to the countries in the region to cooperate even further, as you can see in the examples of Quad and other coalition or solidarity structures. But nevertheless, such
다자
security
군사동맹으로
cooperation
아시아에서 성장하고
may not
발전하는 데는
likely
굉장히 오랜 시간이
become
걸리지
a
않을까
structured
싶은
multilateral
생각입니다.
security mechanism in the region because there are many constraints that may hinder the formation of such a mechanism.
사실은 제한적입니다.
The military threats coming from China are rather limited, and this is a perception of many countries in Asia.
상당한 힘의 우위를
Furthermore,
여전히 군사적으로
the
유지하고
U.S.
있기
still
때문에
has very strong
사실
military
어떻게 보면 이건
presence in Asia.
조금 문제가 될 수 있는 행동이긴 하지만
So,
많은 아시아 국가들이
in many
미국의 중국을
Asian
견제하는
countries,
책임을 전가하는 그런
they
행동을
seem
할 가능성이
to
저는 높다고 생각합니다.
pose more responsibility on the shoulder of the U.S. for keeping China in check in Asia.
아시아의 기본적인 형세이기 때문에 이런
And
국가들이 중국의
countries in Asia,
강력한 어떤 군사적 위협에 직면하기 전까지는
until
아마
they are
집단적인
faced
형태의
with
동맹을
imminent threat
형성할 만한
from
동기를
China,
갖기는
they
쉽지
may
않을
not
거다.
have
이런
strong
여러
motivation
제약들이
to
있기
form
때문에
a
미국도 이걸
structured
의식하고 있는 것 같고
cooperation
그래서
mechanism
기본적으로
for
현재
security.
주시하고 있는
And I
다자
think that
협력은
China
좀
is
더
well
유연하고
aware of that.
점진적인 형태로
So
이루어지고
in the
있는
near
것이 아닌가
future,
싶은
and right
생각을
now,
합니다.
such
그리고
cooperation is
마지막으로 이걸
rather
조금
taking
더 아마
place in a
미래로
more
저희들이
loose
익스텐드를
format.
해보면
And when you expand
저는 이런
this
미중 간의 전략 경쟁이 결국은
current situation, then
2030년대
I would say that
중반을
by mid-2030, after the mid-2030,
변화될 수 있다는
the current landscape may evolve into another form of Cold War, which will be a very unfortunate turn of history. But such a new Cold War between the US side and China side may become part of our reality by the mid-2030s. And by then, China may overtake the US in terms of economy, and China may also develop enough military capabilities to pose significant threat, and their theater capabilities may be advanced even more. So China may have even more confidence and try to protect their own interests by provocating the US. After the mid-2030s. So in the West Pacific, China will try to push the US away, and in doing so, China may try to gain hegemony over the Asia-Pacific region. And as you know, China has a very strong interest in keeping any other country from rising. And if China becomes a serious threat, then the US will have no choice but to implement very strong containment policies. And in doing so, the US may form a grand alliance with countries in Asia to strongly push China. That is what we may expect in the future, but not right now. So in Korea, we have these forecasts or projections about the future. And when we take a look at the current trend of foreign policies of the US and China, I believe that I think that our predictions can become a reality. In the past, there was a balanced foreign policy, but now the Korean government has a strong emphasis on the ROK-US alliance. In the past, we tried to maintain a balance, but now it's changed. As you can see in the agreement between the US and Korea, even in the last year of the Moon Jae-in's term, there was rather a policy shift towards putting more emphasis on the US. And it is not just about an ideology, but I can see that the Korean government is putting more emphasis on the ROK-US alliance. This means that there is significant threat coming from China, which is well received and perceived in Korea, and that is why we are moving away from trying to make a balance between the two, but rather siding more strongly with the US. And this is going to have an implication on Korea's foreign policies as well as foreign policies of the US. China is a neighboring country to Korea. So when China becomes too much of a power, this is indeed a serious threat to Korea. And another point that we need to consider is the kinds of strategic interests that we need to pursue. And I would like to argue that it is important for us to maintain a peace on the Korean Peninsula by maintaining a balance of power between the strong powers. And this is in line with the interest of the U.S. Therefore, both Korea and the U.S. do not want other countries to try to change the status quo by force or by coercion. So we have a very nice alignment of national and security interests between Korea and the U.S. And I believe that this alignment is going to continue to serve as a pillar or core of the ROK-US alliance. Of course, within this ROK-US alliance, there may be some differences in perceptions of threats, or there may be differences in terms of strategic priorities or military deterrence or defense postures. Such differences may be actually quite natural, but fundamentally speaking, both the Republic of Korea and the U.S. have the fundamental consensus on the key strategic priorities. So by focusing on these key national strategies, we can overcome any disagreements or any differences. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you made some predictions about the G2 relations going into the future, and you seem to have a pessimistic view on the U.S.-Sino relations, and I believe that these have implications on policymakers in Korea.
We do not have that much time for discussion as of now, so I would like to ask just a few questions and open the discussion based on these questions. So during the last 40 years, ever since 1972, we have seen strategic engagement on the U.S. side. But as Professor Che has mentioned, from 2017, from the Trump administration, we have seen strategic competition or strategic coexistence. And now with the Biden administration, as he himself has mentioned, responsible management of the relations so that competition does not translate into conflict, and so a little bit more prudent than the former administration. But if we take a look at some of the bills, there is the strategic part within the Competition Act, and it was a little bit surprising that the reason for this view of Capitol Hill is about a list of 20 things, and it covers trade, economy, high-tech, military, security, foreign affairs, ideology, and governance. So it covers all domains. And so U.S. wishes to outsmart and outmaneuver China on all domains. And so having said that, my question is as follows, especially since we have had great reporting by Foreign Affairs thus far, the U.S. is concerned about the U.S. concerned about the threat of China on all domains? But as Kurt Domain has written, are you more concerned about the geopolitical aspect? But even if the geopolitical aspect is not as strong, ever since Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, we can see that there are contingencies related to military collision. And we also heard that there will be the Sputnik moment coming in the future. So there are military concerns as well. So taking the whole situation into consideration, what are the opinions of Dr. Hemray and Mr. Kurtzfelden? And I know that this is not a mainstream opinion, but the threat of China, many people believe that it's very high. But from some people, they say that the capacity of China has grown to its peak. So we don't need to be overly concerned about China, some people say. So the U.S.
sometimes underreacted to Russia or China, but now we are overreacting to China. There are views like this, so what do you think of this view? And Professor Choi and Professor Kim both mentioned that when we compete, then this competition can translate into cooperation or conflict. Some areas of cooperation have been mentioned by the US and China. Each have mentioned about 4 to 5 areas for cooperation. But it seems that competition is leading towards the direction of conflict around the Korean Peninsula in the South China Sea. What would be the mechanism to manage this? I don't see any visible mechanisms to manage this. So we need a short-term mechanisms to manage these possible conflicts. But at the same time, we also need to have a large agreement or possibly a arms reduction through a long-term mechanisms as we had during the competition between US and former Soviet Union. For the Southeast Asian countries, they are very concerned about these aspects. So I would like to hear your perspectives on this topic. The recent US-China summit, I think, did set the stage to somewhat, but many issues remain unresolved. Managed competition. Is it actually manageable? If not, how are we going to manage this sustainably in the future? Not only in Asia, but in the EU, there are some differences of opinions, and I think Prime Minister Scholz of Germany, he visited China with his economic delegation, and that received quite a bit of criticism. And so even amidst the European allies of the US, there are some differences of opinion. And so in creating international coalitions, how will this impact the efforts by the US to manage the international coalition? So maybe we can go to Mr. Kurt Phelan first. Well, you have written some great work through Foreign Affairs, so could you mention your opinions on this topic?
That's a provocative set of questions you lay out there. So let me make 2 broad points that I hope we'll respond to some of what you've raised. First, when you look at the reasons for this rather precipitous shift in U.S. views on China over the last several years, I think what has happened is you've had a confluence of changing threat perception on a whole variety of areas. So 10 or 15 years ago, you had people in the U.S. military or military analysts focused on the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, and growing concern over Chinese activities in those arenas. I think starting maybe around a decade ago, you had shifting views in the U.S. business community. There still is. There are parts of the business community that still have great interest in the Chinese market and Chinese investment, are still advocates for a more stable relationship. But other American companies and investors, I think, became more skeptical of the ability of American companies to operate in the Chinese market. So the business support for the relationship started to shift. You saw growing concern from the left in the human rights community on treatment of the Uyghurs and the situation in Xinjiang or Hong Kong. And then the whole array of global issues on which China is a growing player. So it is really this confluence of growing concern in all of these different areas that I think accounts for both the bipartisan consensus and the speed and extent of that shift in U.S. policy. I think a lot of these other points and a lot of what we've all gotten at today really gets back to this question that one of the professors raised about where this ends, right? Does the U.S. have a real vision of the end state? And I think this really is an unsettled question in American policy. It's one that we spend a lot of time trying to get our authors in foreign affairs to address, and it's a very challenging one. You know, the term containment is often invoked in this context, and it has been today. I always urge people when they invoke containment to go back and read George Kennan's article in Foreign Affairs in 1947. He was the director of policy planning at the time and wrote it under the byline X. One of the key assumptions to the containment doctrine was that over time, the internal weaknesses of the Soviet Union would cause it to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, right? That the US was able to hold the line in key ways for a matter of years or decades, that eventually the Soviet threat would diminish because of those contradictions. And I don't think it's clear, even looking at some of the challenges that China is facing now. We've, of course, watched these rather remarkable protests over the last several days in Shanghai and Beijing and elsewhere in response to Xi's zero COVID policies and the fire in Xinjiang. Even with those protests, I think it's hard for Americans to predict that the CCP is going to crumble anytime soon. And that creates this really thorny question of what long-term coexistence looks like. There is a growing view in Washington that, as you laid out, this sense of unstoppable rise of 7 or 8% economic growth indefinitely and enhanced control through technological surveillance and other means of the population is not likely to continue uninterrupted in China in the ways that people might have expected a few years ago. So I think underlying the Biden administration's dangerous decade message is a sense that China may be, if not peaking in its power, starting to see some of the strains growing in the coming years, and that may induce more dangerous or destabilizing actions, that may induce Xi Jinping to resort to more provocative measures in the Taiwan Strait or elsewhere, in part in response to those domestic pressures. And so that has created a sense that I think if we can get through the next decade, I think somewhat contrary to your analysis, Professor, the view is that things may stabilize a little bit more 10 years from now. But the real question is whether you can put in place the guardrails to get us through this stretch in the meantime.
예, 우선 그 미국이 상정하는 미중 경쟁의 궁극적인 포인트가 뭐냐?
The ultimate end game for the G2 composition envisioned by the U.S. I think if we have a long-term perspective, during the candidate, when President Biden was a candidate, his perspective was different from the current competitive vision that he has. And he says he will continue to compete, but the Trump administration's strategy was not systematic, and so he will have a more systematic strategy towards China. Secretary Blinken talked about competition and cooperation, but in May, cooperation was dropped from these list of words. And so U.S.'s vision of an ideal relations with China, I believe, is the same between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. And we have to take a look at why this is so. I think there are about 3 reasons that come to mind. First is a Chinese factor. In 2021, when Biden administration first took office, President Xi talked about how there will be a big change in power that we haven't seen in the last 100 years. He said time and trend was on the side of China. And he also mentioned that the East is rising and the West is falling. And by East, he's meaning China, although he did not specify China, and he did not specify the U.S., but he meant U.S. when he meant West. And so these statements by China actually put the U.S. on guard. And we also heard from Mr. Kurtzfeldt that within the U.S., the popular perspective of China was aggravated during the Trump administration, and it continued through the Biden administration. And there's also the bipartisan competition within the U.S., and so it seems that the threat of China is being overemphasized by both parties. And Minister Yoon, you talked about how competition will go to cooperation or conflict. What are the mechanisms to prevent it from moving in the direction of conflicts? I think the U.S. and China are moving in different directions for this point. The U.S. believes that if they manage the competition, that they can have a managed competition, but China believes that it's a pressure on them. And so what China opts to do is to not make the situation stable. They're causing waves in the situation to counter the vision by the U.S. And so Biden administration believes that competition and cooperation can happen side by side, but China is continuing to emphasize that competition is impacting cooperation. And related to contingency mechanisms, the U.S. wishes to have effective and efficient mechanisms, but China is trying to make sure that it's not effective and efficient in order to keep the U.S. in check. So as they are not equal partners yet, the strategies of the U.S. and the strategies of China are colliding. And so unlike what we hope to see is that conflict continues. And Minister Yoon also talked about whether the power of China has already peaked. Well, there are many observations that can be raised concerning this, but thus far, many people have forecasted that the Chinese economy will collapse, but they overcame all of these forecasts and continued their trend for economic growth. Will China continue down this road, or will it be different this time around? Well, I'm not an economic expert, so I'm not going to bet on either side, but personally, if there is a drop in economic growth on the part of China, so if their economic growth slows down, then I think it could contribute to the stability of this region, because then China may have a different perspective about the geopolitical relations in this region if their economic growth rate slows down. Of course, it may not be permanent, but in the near future, I think they could change their perspective for the better. Thank you. Dr. Henry, you talked about how the Biden administration has foreign policies for the middle class, and Trump administration had Make America Great. So if we take all of these policies into consideration from the Chinese side, they will criticize this as protectionism. And some allies of the U.S. may also feel like, although they are in coalition with the U.S., but there may be some damages. For example, IRA is a prime example. And added to that, as Assistant Sullivan has mentioned, the export control against China, will there be participation from the allies? Even if there are participation from the allies, the interests of the allies could be very different. And so we need to take a look at ways for the benefits of participating in the international coalition to go up. But if we participate actively in the coalition like Korea, but we may feel a sense of betrayal if we are impacted even more by measures such as IRA. Of course, we do have a channel to continue discussions, but these discussions must lead to immediate results in order for us to build trust. And so taking this into perspective, we look forward to the comments by Dr. Henry.
Well, let me say, I think there are three major questions that are at the core of this G2 competition and what it means for Asia. I think the first question, and we've answered two of them, is the third question we have. The first question is, can we contain China? And the answer is no. We can't contain China. China's too big, China's too integrated, it's too powerful, and nobody in the region wants to be part of a containment strategy. So can we contain China? No. The second question, which China asks, is can they push the United States out of Asia? And the answer is no. They can't push us out because everybody in Asia wants us around. So we've got answers to the first two questions, but it's the third question that we don't have an answer to, and that is, in our competition against each other, what is the role and the future of other Asian countries? Their view is China is more powerful and has a superior culture, and these countries owe deference and respect to China. Our view is that they're allies, and we need to be prepared to fight to defend allies. So we have a fundamentally different view about other countries in Asia in this great competition between us. I think the mistake we're making is that we are defining this competition only with the narrow perception of our domestic interests and not with the perception of the interests of our allies. And if we're going to succeed, we're going to have to start from a different reference point, which is, what do our allies and partners and friends in the region want for themselves, and how can we be helpful? Instead of defining for them the reality that we believe they should embrace. We did that once in the past, but we've kind of lost that. And I think both us and China now are unfortunately looking at each other through our own respective anxieties about the problems in our own countries. And we're blaming the other country for that. And I think there's a clear pathway through this, which is to embrace the idealism that we had 60 years ago, 70 years ago, that everyone's success is good for everyone. I'm not better if somebody else is poor. I'm not safer if somebody else is more vulnerable. I think we're going to have to start defining our foreign policy in this region from the perspective of our allies, not from the perspective of our own domestic politics. That's, I think, the core issue. Can we get there? It's going to be hard because our politics right now, as I mentioned earlier, is driving us towards ultra-parochialism. But I do think that puts a premium on all of us who are gathered together here in a conference like this to provide an alternative way to be thinking about a future that's better for us.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I believe we have time for only one more question. So, to Professor Choi, in connection with your initial remarks, I'd like to give you a broad question. When it comes to the ROK-US alliance, this alliance was quite busy and struggling with dealing with North Korea, and there was a lot of energy and time and effort invested in dealing with North Korea. But now we have many complex challenges, not only involving North Korea, but also other regional issues, as well as even the Ukrainian war. Now we have the China, Korea, and Russia. These countries, they are forming practical alliance, so to speak, and so they are responding to and countering the U.S. together. So in this process, in this context, the challenges posed to Korea are even more difficult to deal with. So some are saying that we may have some block formation of these two sides. But at the same time, as Professor Kim mentioned, even though we're coordinating our policies within the framework of alliance, we may be careful as to not being too anti-China given our national interests. So it is a tricky question, and this is a task that the current Korean government has to address in earnest. So I'd like to ask you to comment on these very complicated situations. Okay, as you mentioned, compared to the situations that we had in the past, the current situations are much more complex and very difficult. So I agree. But when it comes to our policy responses may be quite different from those of the U.S. because the U.S. considers China as a direct threat and competition. So the U.S. may just focus on dealing with China. But as for Korea, we have to also pursue cooperation with China, and we at the same time need to address the potential threat from China in the long run. So this is maybe the only practical approach that we can take right now given the current situation. So when it comes to the timeline and the approaches, we may need to exercise more caution because there are a lot of economic interests involved. And we need to engage China to deal with North Korea. And China has been rising as a superpower, and it is a neighboring country to Korea. So managing our relations with China is critical for our national security and defense. Therefore, we need to consider that in dealing with China. But at the same time, as I mentioned in my initial remarks, China is indeed a potentially grave threat to Korea. So we need to be prepared. And in doing so, the Iraq-US alliance will probably be the cornerstone of our response to China because China is not a country that we can deal with alone. So we need to continue to depend on the U.S. as a strong ally, which is strong enough to counter China. So maintaining solid relations and alliance with the U.S. is critical for our national interests as we are so near China. But at the same time, we can work with other countries, including Japan, and many countries in the region have been pursuing some multilateral dialogue and discussions. So Korea should also play a bigger role in promoting these multilateral mechanisms. And when there is any military contingency taking place around the Korean peninsula, we also need to have our own internal military capabilities to deter that. Of course, we know that the U.S. offers extended deterrence and the U.S. will help us militarily, but we still need to have enough military and defense capabilities because there may be some unexpected military contingency from China or in this region. So I argue that we need to be more proactive in building up our military capabilities for regional threats, not just the threats coming from North Korea. In the past, we were focused on countering threats from North Korea, but we need to expand our scope and be ready for potential regional conflicts. And Minister Yoon mentioned whether the G2 relations will go in the direction of cooperation or conflict. I think that it's not easy to go down the path of cooperation. Of course, there's still some room for cooperation, but the G2 relations are going to be more like that of confrontation. But I'm not saying that this will lead to a conflict per se, because the U.S. is a strong balance maker, and in the 2030s I mentioned and I shared my pessimistic view about another Cold War mechanism in place, but in the future it may be that China's economic growth rate will slow down, and even if the size of China's economy becomes bigger than that of the U.S., still the U.S. will have huge economic influence, and the U.S. has had military upper hand for a very long time, and the U.S. has very strong core military technologies and other cutting-edge technologies. So even though China tries to increase their military capabilities, they may not be able to be on par with the U.S. in that sense. So there are several favorable conditions for the U.S. and its allies. So such coalitions and alliances will be effective in countering China's military threats. And China may, of course, continue to implement very competitive policies, and the U.S. will try to respond to them. But at the same time, I believe that the U.S. will exercise their diplomatic efforts as well in conducting foreign policies. I'm sure the U.S. will be able to and will try to manage the situation in a stable manner. Thank you. Thank you.
We did listen to a series of remarks and also discussion, and we can see that the post-Cold War order is coming to an end, but a new order has not been established. And so we do have instabilities. And Foreign Affairs wrote a special on Age of Uncertainty, and indeed, that is very true. From the perspective of the Republic of Korea, we are faced with three different difficulties at the same time. It's a very difficult equation to solve. But as we have already mentioned, we need to rise high against high winds. We need to respond to these challenges. As we have heard from the keynote session and also from the writing 3 years ago in Foreign Affairs, the U.S. has emphasized that they will stand by the side of their allies, and that's very important in these times. So these challenges that we face in the 21st century should be overcome with the 21st century styled alliance. And so the Yoon administration is making great efforts to strengthen this alliance. In the next 4.5 years, we look forward to the Yoon administration continuing to strengthen the alliance and also managing the international relations well so that we can overcome the difficulties in the geopolitical ecosystem. And so I do hope that what we have discussed through session 1 will contribute to overcoming the difficulties at hand. We look forward to it being a great input. Thank you very much.
네, 중앙일보 CSIS Forum 2022의 첫 번째 세션이었습니다.
The first session of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2022 just came to an end, and it was held under the theme of U.S.-Asia policy after the midterm election. Please give a big round of applause to the 5 panelists.
네. 저희가 잠시 무대 위를 정리를 하고 다음 순서를 이어갈 텐데요.
For the next part of the program,
오후 세션에 대한
I would like
안내를
to give you some briefing on the afternoon sessions. After the luncheon, starting from 1:30 p.m., we're going to have session number 2. So from 1:30 till 2:50, we are going to have session 2 under the title of Korea after the 7th nuclear test. And after a 20-minute break, starting from 3:10 till 4:30, we will have session number 3 on the topic of economic security and the China challenge. So we are going to have 2 more sessions in the afternoon as part of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2022. There were many discussions in session 1, and we discussed how we can cooperate and join forces in countering the current and emerging challenges. And I hope that all of you will continue to stay with us for the second session as well as the third session. So we look forward to your active participation. Here with us, we have someone who is playing a very important role in facilitating Korea's relations with the U.S. And in particular, we have with us U.S. Ambassador Philip Goldberg to the Republic of Korea, who was appointed in July. So I'm going to invite Ambassador Goldberg.
The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, and I guess it's still good morning to all of you who are on a different time zone. Good evening as well. Thanks to both CSIS and JoongAng Ilbo for hosting what is a very timely forum. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to talk to you on the heels of the recent APEC and G20 summits about what is indeed an alliance in turbulent times. We need to remember, though, there have been other turbulent times, and when the U.S.-ROK alliance was first formed, times were also turbulent. The Cold War was in its infancy, and the newly proclaimed People's Republic of China under Mao Zedong was at odds with an increasingly aggressive Soviet Union. Against this backdrop, President-elect Dwight D. Eisenhower came to Korea 70 years ago tomorrow, on December 2nd, 1952, seeking a way to end the Korean War. Mere months into his presidency and before the signing of the armistice, Eisenhower delivered his chance for peace speech. If you haven't read it in a while, it's a good time to do so again. In the speech, he laments the post-World War II commitment to peace having dissipated, and that the nations of the world divided to follow two distinct roads, not unlike the battle between democracy and autocracy outlined by President Biden 70 years later. Eisenhower went on to underscore that no people on earth should be inherently viewed as an enemy, that every nation has the right to form a government an economic system of its own choosing, and that lasting peace lies in honest understanding between nations as opposed to increased militarization. All of that remains true, but Eisenhower also noted that no nation's security and well-being can be lastingly achieved in isolation, but only in effective cooperation with fellow nations. And that's where we have a huge advantage today. First, in the years that followed Eisenhower's term, the world succeeded in building a network of nations committed to what we've come to refer to as the rules-based international order, the framework of international legal and institutional regimes that encourage cooperation, mitigate against conflict, and enable us to address shared challenges through collaboration, even in a world dominated by competition. We must defend and modernize that order. And second, we have a powerful tool to foster peace and prosperity that we didn't in the spring of 1953, the U.S.-ROK alliance. The foundation we laid back then grew into a military alliance that provided a strong, stable base for the people of this country to create a new life in the years following the Korean War. On that fundamental, rock-solid foundation, we built an entire network of economic and social ties to make sure future generations of Koreans and Americans enjoy the same opportunities we do. Today, the advantages of our alliance are no longer limited to our two countries. For decades, we crafted one of the most steadfast, resilient, robust alliances in the world. Now it's strong enough to continue to expand and to adapt to address new security challenges while simultaneously acting as a force for good across the globe. To share the very security, prosperity, and freedom that we enjoy. That's what our leaders tasked us with doing when they met earlier this year, when President Biden visited shortly after President Yoon's inauguration, directing us to focus in a few key areas that include security cooperation, maintaining vigilance and readiness to combat known threats while anticipating and preparing for those on the horizon, economic cooperation, building diverse and resilient supply chains, as well as expanding manufacturing capabilities to meet critical needs, and working together to promote human rights, democracy, and good governance at home and abroad. Let me talk a little bit about each of those. America's commitment to the defense of Korea is ironclad, and our dedication to establishing a sustainable, permanent peace on the Korean peninsula unwavering. That won't change. Yet today, as we face unprecedented threats posed by authoritarian states like China, Russia, and North Korea, we're redefining and reinforcing the future of our shared security with joint initiatives that are modern, forward-looking, and global. The bonds we first forged in Eisenhower's time continue to make us safer by touching on every aspect of global security to include not only conventional defense, but also cybersecurity, the responsible use of space, crisis management, and emergency response, health security, climate change, mitigation, and much, much more. Putting security first back in the early 50s afforded the stability necessary for the ROK to become one of the world's largest economies. We want the U.S. to remain Korea's economic partner of choice for increased trade, investment, and joint innovation to ensure continued economic security and prosperity for us all. America is Korea's largest trade and investment partners because leaders in business and industry see the mutual benefit in our bilateral economic cooperation, not only for the American and Korean people, but also for others around the globe. Why? Because it is rooted in our shared values and commitment to market principles, ensuring fair competition and respect for intellectual property rights and human rights in everything we do. It's amazing, really, that every day to see the rapidly expanding Korea-U.S. business partnership in a vast array of fields. Last year alone, Korean and U.S. firms committed tens of billions of dollars to joint ventures and investments in critical sectors like semiconductors, high-capacity batteries, solar panels, and the broader supply chain of critical materials, parts, and equipment to expand production capacity. Our scientists, researchers, and engineers are among the best in the world. There's no better example of what we can accomplish together than Korean firms producing vaccines and test kits developed in the U.S. to fight COVID. Continuing to work together on scientific advances will ensure they serve citizens of both of our countries and the global good. Together, we're focused on joint research and development initiatives tied to critical and emerging technologies because we know America and Korea have a proven history of excellence in innovation. The world needs us to work together to support a free and open digital economy and to push for innovations in biotechnology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. And we're natural partners in areas our people care about most, like clean energy technology, higher education, and sustainable agriculture. Both Koreans and Americans care deeply about the future of our planet and what the climate crisis means for future generations. The U.S. and Korea committed to leading the fight against climate change by vowing to cut our greenhouse gas emissions drastically in less than a decade. To meet such aggressive targets, we'll need to work together with unprecedented determination and encourage others to do the same. Likewise, as both historic allies and equal, like-minded partners, the U.S. and the ROK are uniquely positioned to work together to promote democratic values in ways that undermine the influence of authoritarian regimes across the region and globally. Korea has emerged as a world leader and now plays a critical role in fostering emerging democracies, as well as upholding democratic principles. From standing with Ukraine against Russia's unprovoked and brutal war of aggression, to condemning human rights violations by the regime in North Korea, working to hold the junta in Burma to account, or defending the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, the U.S. and the ROK promote democratic values in ways that undermine the influence of authoritarian regimes across the globe and across this region. As a further demonstration of leadership in promoting respect for human rights and democratic government, the ROK will co-host the second Summit for Democracy next March. The summit will underscore how democracies deliver for their citizens and are best equipped to address the world's most pressing challenges. As allies, we're deeply committed to the principle that transparent, accountable governance remains the best way to ensure lasting prosperity, peace, and justice. I mentioned a bit earlier that history calls us to now use this mighty, multifaceted alliance we've built as a force for good across the globe. Korea's rapidly expanding political, economic, and cultural influence gives Koreans a say in what happens in the world, and you clearly take that responsibility seriously. We look forward to identifying synergies between the Yoon administration's new Indo-Pacific strategy and our own. We're already working together to ensure freedom of navigation, provide critical humanitarian aid, and help countries in the Indo-Pacific, and especially in the Pacific Islands, develop sustainability with the reliable infrastructure and human capital needed to build a better future. The ROK is essential, equal, and capable as a partner with the U.S. in all these efforts. But we're not alone. We have other friends in the neighborhood who would like to do the same. And we're even stronger when the United States, the Republic of Korea, and Japan work together to promote security, market principles, and democratic values while addressing the most difficult 21st century challenges, not just in Northeast Asia or the Indo-Pacific, but around the world. It's in the fundamental interest of each and every one of us to support closer cooperation, and our leaders recommitted to doing just that in Phnom Penh a few weeks ago. As Dwight Eisenhower reminded the generation that came before us, the free world knows out of the bitter wisdom of experience that vigilance and sacrifice are the price of liberty. It knows that aggression in Korea and in Southeast Asia are threats to the whole free community to be met only through united action. He went on to express optimism about a world defined by trust and mutual respect between nations, one where countries work together to aid in development, stimulate profitable and fair world trade, and ensure all people know freedom. We continue to share these fundamental goals as allies today. So as I conclude, I want to note one important detail about the Chance for Peace speech that President Eisenhower delivered it in Washington to the National Association of Newspaper Editors. Because, as he pointed out, journalists are both representatives of and responsible to the people they serve, playing a vital role in promoting understanding and the knowledge of the world we live in. So we recognize that's often a heavy burden to bear in a democratic society. So I want to give special thanks to JoongAng Ilbo for co-hosting us here today, and to the journalists covering this important forum for the work that you do every day. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much, Ambassador Goldberg, for your remarks. With that, we would like to conclude the morning session. As was announced before, the afternoon session will begin here at the Dynasty Hall at 1:30. So please enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오찬에 관련된 안내 말씀인데요.
Some housekeeping
포럼에 참석해
announcements
주신
about
여러분께서는
lunch.
이곳 다이너스티 홀에서 식사를 하시면 됩니다.
You
식사가
may
마련이
have
되어
your lunch
있으니까
here.
앉은
Lunch will be
자리에서
served
식사를
to you
하시면
at your
되고요.
seat.
별도로 사전에 안내를
And for
받으신
those who were
분들도
informed in advance, please go to the Orchid Room on the 3rd floor. Thank you.
제대로 된 밥 한 끼 배불리 먹이고 싶은 마음. 공부할 때 움츠리지 않았으면 하는 마음. 꿈을 포기하지 않도록 곁에서 응원하고 싶은 마음. 그래서 밝은 웃음 가득했으면 하는 마음. 이런 마음들이 하나 둘 모이고 모여 2,700여 개의 선한 영향력 가게가 생겨났습니다. 모두가 함께 채워가는 세상. 그래서 우리는 함께 있지 않아도 함께.
JTBC 온 캠페인.
저항한다.
첫눈에 반한다는 말이 뭔가 했거든. 이런 게 첫사랑일까?
JTBC
녹색과 기울색과 분홍색 다채로운 즐거움 아마 난 너를 좋아하나 봐 출발 JTBC
JTBC. 저에겐 마음을 보는 눈이 있습니다. 숨어있는 아픔을 어루만지고 환한 웃음과 마주합니다. 보이지 않지만 마음은 더 깊이 보입니다.
저에겐 편안함을 주는 귀가 있습니다. 택시 안에는 늘 고유한 배려가 흐릅니다. 들리지 않지만 마음은 더 잘 들립니다.
우리에겐 행복을 배달하는 열정이 있습니다. 두 명이 마음을 합쳐 2배 더 노력합니다. 가끔 힘들 때도 있지만 마음만은 지치지 않습니다. 모두가 평범하게 일하는 세상. 그래서 우리는 함께.
JTBC 온 캠페인.
녹색과 기울색과 분홍색 다채로운 즐거움 아마 난 너를 좋아하나 봐 기쁨과 슬픔도 고맙고 아름다운 순간들 아마 난 너를 사랑하나 봐
JTBC
다시 함께해 주신 여러분을 환영합니다. 지금부터 중앙일보 CSIS 포럼 2022의 두 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 중앙일보 CSIS 2022 두 번째 세션의 주제는 북한 7차 핵실험 이후의 한반도를 주제로 하겠습니다. 윤영관 전 외교통상부 장관님께서
by
이끌어
Dr.
주시겠습니다.
Yoon Young-kwan, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Korea. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Yoon Young-kwan.
오늘 이 자리에서 여러분과 함께
It is indeed a great pleasure to be able to participate in this dialogue under this very important topic. It's a pleasure and an honor.
초대해 주신
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chairman Hong Seok-hyun as well as President John Henry of CSIS for this invitation.
요즘 세계에 돌아가는 것이
If we take a look at the world around us, indeed, we are in turbulent times.
제 개인적으로는
Personally,
변을 초래한 가장 근본적인
I believe that the fundamental
동력은
reasons for this turbulence
규칙에 기반한
lies
국제질서,
in the
rules-based international order에 대한 도전이 아닌가
challenges against the rules-based international order. We see that this order is being challenged on many fronts, and is in particular, the war in Ukraine has shocked people around the world. And a few months ago, we have also seen the conflicts over the Taiwan Strait, and we have seen an escalation of tension between China and the U.S. over this issue. But from the perspective of a Korean, of course, Russia's aggravation of Ukraine and the issues in Taiwan are all very important for Korea. But from the perspective of being Korean, I think the most urgent issue is North Korea. This year, North Korea has continued to challenge the current situation, and they have actually launched 80 or so missiles, including short-range missiles, as well as SLBM, and the Hwasong 17 ICBM, mid-range missiles, supersonic missiles. This is just some of the missiles that have been included in the group of 80 missiles that have been launched. And furthermore, North Korea seems to be planning a 7th nuclear test. The 7th nuclear test will focus around whether they were able to create compact warheads. And many people are raising this issue of whether North Korea will succeed in launching a compact warhead. And so, how are we going to deal with this crisis posed by North Korea? That is the topic for session 2. In order to discuss this very important issue, we have invited 4 prominent panelists. 2 are former diplomats, and 2 are professors. And so, for session 2, related to how we will proceed, I have asked the panelists to talk about specific topics that they have been given. For Professor Cha, we have asked him to discuss extended deterrence, especially the military security aspects. And to Ambassador Wee and Ambassador Stephens, we have asked them to discuss the diplomatic aspects. And to Professor Park,
핵 위기가 가지고 있는
We
한국
have
정치에
asked Dr.
던져주는 어떤
Park
시사점,
to talk about
특히
the
한국의 경우에
implications for
대북
South
정책과
Korean
관련해가지고
politics.
양극화되어 왔습니다.
We have
진보
always
진영과
had
보수 진영이
a large
초반에
gap
달랐었는데
in the
이런 것들이
understanding
서로
of
접근할
the
수 있는
situation in
가능성이
North Korea
이번
between the
기회에
two parties, and so we will take a look at the political aspects in South Korea related to this topic. Of course, the topics that I have asked you to speak on are simply guidelines, and so please feel free to expand on the topics that have been given to you. Allow me to introduce our panelists very briefly. Dr. Victor Cha is currently the Senior Vice President for Asia and Korea Chair at CSIS. And he is the professor of government at Georgetown, and he's also the vice dean. And so you can see that he has vast experience in policy making. Ambassador Wi Sung-rak, as you are well aware, served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 30 years, and so he is a career diplomat. He served as the Korea ambassador to Russia, and currently he is the Secretary General of the Korea Peace Foundation. We also have with us Ambassador Kathleen Stephens, and as you are very well aware, she is the former U.S. ambassador to the Republic of Korea. At that time, during her tenure here in Korea, I remember that she was very popular amongst the Koreans. And currently, she is serving as the president and CEO of the Korea Economic Institute of America, located in Washington, D.C. We also have with us Dr. Bang Myung-lim, who is professor at Yonsei University. He is a well-known professor in the study of politics. And in particular, his research on the start of the Korean War is well read by many Koreans. Our conversation will be in the form of dialogue. We will start the first round, and during the first round, we would like to ask you to speak within 7 minutes. And we will start with Professor Victor Cha.
When we take a look at the situations in North Korea, especially with respect to nuclear activities, we can see that there are two major and significant changes. First of all, when we look back in 2013, North Korea stated that they were developing nuclear programs for the purpose of deterrence. So they argued that their nuclear programs were solely for the purpose of deterrence. However, this year they revised the law, and in the case of 5 grave situations, North Korea declared that they would make preemptive use of nuclear weapons. So this is a very significant change that took place this year in North Korea, and this may lead to a very complicated situation. There may be some miscalculation and misjudgment which may lead to the use of nuclear weapons, and there are other concerns rising. The second issue is that President Kim Jong-un for 2 weeks has visited and observed military drills. So just a couple of months ago, he made 2 weeks long of observation as there were military drills regarding tactical nuclear strikes. So this has an implication that North Korea is advancing their skills related to tactical nuclear arsenal. So these are grave situations and major changes with respect to nuclear activities in North Korea. Then, given this situation, how ready is our alliance? So I would like to ask Dr. Cha to comment on that. And in addition, I'd like to ask you to talk about what we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for Foreign Minister Yun. It's a pleasure to be here with Ambassador Stevens, Professor Park, and Ambassador Wee. Ambassador Wee and I worked quite a bit during the six-party talks, Ambassador Stevens as well. So it's good to see everybody. To initially try to answer your question, we've been here now for a couple of days and have heard quite a bit from friends in Korea about concerns about extended deterrence. First you have to ask yourself why that's the case, and I think it's pretty straightforward. One obviously has been the unstoppable North Korean missile and nuclear program. The other is uncertainty about the United States, the period of Trump, where there was talk about decoupling short-range ballistic missiles from long-range ballistic missiles and South Korean security from U.S. homeland security, but also domestic politics in the United States, where there's concern that Trump or someone like Trump might come back and talk about pulling troops from the Korean Peninsula. So I think that creates uncertainty about U.S. commitment. And then third, just the general uncertainty in the international environment that has been caused by the war in Europe and uncertainty about U.S.-China competition and, of course, the situation in the Taiwan Straits. All of these things, I think, contribute to this very open conversation now in Korea about the credibility of extended deterrence. Let me first go through the list of things that I think the United States has done to try to address this concern. It's a fairly long list. There has been an up-tempo in military exercising that we have been told will continue to remain very high between the United States and the ROK, the United States, Japan, and the ROK. We have declaratory policy now in things like the nuclear posture review that not only say a use of a North Korean nuclear weapon would mean the end of the Kim Jong-un regime, but also that says that if there is any opportunistic aggression by North Korea when the United States is engaged in other contingencies, that the United States could respond with nuclear use to those to that sort of opportunistic aggression. We have regular strategic asset rotation in the region. The USS Ronald Reagan, most recently F-35s. We have ballistic missile defense exercises. We have talked about doing more TTX exercises among the U.S. and Korea and the U.S., Japan, and trilaterally. We have site visits by high-level Korean officials to U.S. capable nuclear forces and sites, including the B-1 bomber. The trilateral leader statement in Cambodia announced a new effort at enhancing the seamlessness of early warning. We have an upgrading of the EDSCG, the Extended Deterrence Dialogue. The continued reference to 28,000 troops as sort of the core of our commitment. And so I guess the question this is a fairly long list of things, and the question is, why isn't that enough, right? Why doesn't that sort of scratch the itch when it comes to this issue? I don't think I think if you ask different people, you'll get different answers, but in the end, I think the diagnosis is that the situation really has fundamentally changed, and that what we hear from Koreans is symptomatic of not just sort of typical allied concerns about U.S. commitment, but a reflection of a diagnosis that the situation surrounding the Korean Peninsula has fundamentally changed, and this list of things that I just went through is not enough. It does not do enough to address these concerns. The The North Korean capabilities, missile and nuclear capabilities, as Foreign Minister Yoon described, have been growing in a way that no one had really expected. The leapfrogging of technology in terms of the long-range ballistic missiles really is astounding, given the failures that they've had, the successive failures they've had only a few years ago. We're doing some work at CSIS now, open source work at CSIS, that that sort of points to a lot of cooperation with Russia and Russian ballistic missile engines as sort of the source of North Korea's leapfrogging of technology. In the end, I don't think there are any really good answers for how to stop this particular program of testing, except some sort of negotiation. All of our data and work shows that we can certainly put more sanctions on North Korea, but that won't stop the testing and development. We can do more exercising, and that's good for deterrence, but it doesn't stop the testing. The only thing empirically where we see testing going down is when we're in some sort of negotiation with North Korea. That's the only time we actually see empirically testing going down in North Korea. So to the extent that we want to stop the testing, negotiations are the answer, but as we all know, the North Koreans aren't very interested in negotiations right now, and so that's clearly a dilemma. The last thing I wanted to say to start off was that when we originally conceived this panel, we expected that North Korea would have done the 7th test by now, and that we would be talking about what to do after that test. So, allow me just to sort of say very quickly where I think we will be after a 7th nuclear test, right? And I'll just tick through these very quickly. The first, I think, is that after a 7th nuclear test, we will certainly see even greater cohering of the China, Russia, and North Korea axis. We're already headed in that direction very clearly, but after a 7th test, I expect that triangle would grow even tighter, in no small part because China and Russia will oppose any actions in the UN to punish North Korea for a 7th test. Second thing that I would expect to see is that just as China, Russia, and North Korea, that triangle would become tighter. The US, Japan, South Korea triangle would become even tighter after a 7th nuclear test. Whether it's exercising, whether it's political relationship, I think that would certainly grow even closer. And there would be much more support given to those who advocate ramping up sanctions on North Korea. There are a number of people who've written on this, that we should do more on sanctioning North Korea. We can talk about the effectiveness of it, but certainly after a 7th test, there'd be a lot more momentum and a lot more call for sanctioning of North Korea. Third, I think after a 7th nuclear test, we would certainly see an exacerbation of the divide between Washington and Beijing, because almost certainly we would in part blame Beijing for allowing this 7th test to happen, and Beijing's response would largely be that and as they have said, the United States has not addressed North Korea's legitimate security concerns, and that's why they've carried out this test. In addition to that, for China, a 7th nuclear test is the price that the United States pays for continuing on this path of a very competitive relationship with China. Fourth, I think that after a 7th nuclear test, we'd see much more activity on North Korean human rights and human rights abuses. The Biden administration still has not named an envoy. The government here clearly has named an envoy, but I think that there would be a lot more focus and use of this issue to put more pressure on the North Korean regime. Fifth, I think after a 7th nuclear test, the United States and like-minded countries will focus a lot more on trying to target North Korean cyber activities. The White House has already come out openly and stated that North Korea's cyber theft, particularly in the cryptocurrency area, is being used to finance their weapons program, the ballistic missile and nuclear program. So I think there would be a lot more efforts as part of a sanctions campaign looking for new things to target. I certainly think that cyber and crypto would be one of these areas. And then finally, sixth, I think after a seventh nuclear test, the stage might be set for more Chinese economic coercion of South Korea, in the sense that a seventh nuclear test would almost certainly spur greater discussion in South Korea about enhanced missile defense, whether that's early deployment of Iron Dome or whether it's reinvigorating the Yoon government's call for a second THAAD battery, a Korean-owned THAAD battery on the Korean Peninsula. And this would, I think, certainly raise the specter of potential Chinese economic coercion again of South Korea, as they had done in 2016, 2017. So, that's all I wanted to say in my initial intervention, is that, where we are on extended deterrence, and then where I think we'll be after a seventh nuclear test.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
7차 핵실험 이후에
He described what could happen after the seventh nuclear
어떤 상황이 벌어질 것인지에
test.
대해서 특히 재미있게
So these were very interesting discussions. Thank you. And I do have two follow-up questions. In the first part, you mentioned that regarding the extended deterrence, Dr. Cha wrote a contribution to Foreign Affairs. It was co-authored, and in that contribution, Dr. Cha said that if the DPRK can upload multiple warheads to a long-range missile, let's say 4 to 5 warheads onto the long-range missile, and if they fire multiple missiles at the same time, whether the U.S. missile defense system is able to counter these multiple launches of these missiles with multiple warheads. So to this question, Dr. Cha expressed some concern. So, in this regard, I wonder if there's any effort underway in the U.S. to improve their capabilities. And my second follow-up question is the possibility of intensifying tensions between the U.S. and China after the seventh nuclear test. And I agree that the relations may worsen even further. But my fundamental question is, well, currently we are witnessing the ongoing strategic competition between the U.S. and China, and in this context, China may or may not cooperate with the U.S. for North Korea's denuclearization. There's an assumption on the part of the U.S. that China will cooperate for the purpose of denuclearization because it is in the interest of China. But do you think that this assumption is still valid? Because in my view, when China looks at the Korean Peninsula, they approach the Korean Peninsula in the context of its relations with the U.S. So the status quo of the DPRK is a priority for China. So denuclearization is not their top priority. So North Korea is fully utilizing and taking advantage of this calculation of China, and that is how they were able to advance their missile capabilities. So I believe that the U.S. may need to review their China policies and North Korea's denuclearization policies. Thank you.
You want me to respond now? Or I'll respond quickly. On the question of launchers and North Korea's ability to overwhelm U.S. national missile defense system, we've been trying to count the number of launchers that we see, again, all in open source literature, and then if you imagine that they can put either several warheads on some of those missiles or just launch a lot of them, and we think about what our algorithm is for taking these missiles out from ground-based interceptors, we immediately run into a numbers game where we're not in a very good position. The current missile defense review doesn't really address that, the new missile defense review. I think largely because the U.S. government has decided that it's not going to try to play a numbers game with North Korea. It's going to try to upgrade the technology of missile defense, but the response you often get from U.S. officials about this is that missile defense is not just about intercepting missiles, it's the broad spectrum of measures that can be undertaken, including things like left of launch, preemptive attack, these sorts of things. And so I think that is and will continue to be the U.S. response to this, even as they upgrade missile defense capabilities. But I don't think we're going to see the United States engage in a numbers game where we're going to try to build more interceptors and to match the growth in North Korean launchers or MIRVed missiles. Second, with regard to the United States and China, I think the situation has just changed. I don't think that, when we were all doing the six-party talks, there was a widespread belief that the United States and China disagreed on many things, but the one thing they agreed on was a nuclear-free Korean peninsula, and that for that reason we could work together on this. I just don't think that is the case anymore. I think China has really decoupled from the North Korea problem. Their response generally now is, we're not going to help you, the United States or North Korea, as long as you maintain this policy towards China. And then, as I said in my initial remarks, the difficulties we're having in North Korea, I think the Chinese basically are trying to say this is the price you pay for undertaking this strategic competition strategy with China. So I think they've really decoupled from the North Korea problem. They've become very transactional about it, not thinking about it in the context of a responsible stakeholder template or special relationship between great powers or whatever that thing they used to call it. But I think those days are basically gone. And are the Chinese worried that as the North Korean nuclear problem gets worse, that it will let the nuclear genie out of the bottle in Northeast Asia? I think there might be some concerns about that, but I think also at the same time the Chinese feel that the United States, through its alliances, is not going to allow that to happen. So I think they see the United States really as the cork on the bottle in terms of this particular negative externality of allowing the North Korean problem to go unconstrained.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Then we will turn the floor to Ambassador Wee and Ambassador Stevens. And for the two of you, I would like to give you the same set of questions. Well, basically concerning extended deterrence, many Koreans do have concerns. Well, during the morning, Mr. Jake Sullivan provided us with some reassuring messages concerning extended deterrence, and he showed a very strong commitment on the U.S. side. And we have also heard from many other people, but from a Korean perspective, we do feel quite anxious because North Korea is so close by, and we have this actual threat at our front doors. And From the Korean perspective, during the Trump administration, we have heard President Trump saying, why do we have U.S. armed forces in a rich country like South Korea? And he openly discussed his ideas. And he didn't seem to be giving a priority to allies. That's the impression that he gave to the world. So if another president in the U.S. has similar ideas, and what would happen to the U.S. commitment towards South Korea? From a Korean perspective, we are anxious about this. Recently in the media, we have seen opinions of developing nuclear weapons ourselves or introducing tactical nuclear arsenal. So a lot of this is being discussed. So do you believe that from a Korean perspective, that would be the best choice? So concerning this, we would like to turn the floor to Ambassador Wee. Of course, Ambassador Wee is Korean, and so we would like to ask you to talk about the Korean perspective. And Ambassador Stephens, you are American, so you probably have an American perspective. And so from your own respective perspectives, please discuss this issue. Ambassador Wee first. Thank you very much. I would like to talk about the Korean perspective. Currently, North Korea is testing various missiles, mid-range, long-range, short-range, strategic, tactical, and we expect that there will be a 7th nuclear test soon. And so the message from North Korea is quite clear. They are enhancing their threat against South Korea, and at the same time, they are developing strategic and tactical nuclear capabilities to attack U.S., Japan, and Korea. This would be a way to contain the support of Japan and the U.S. in the contingencies of South Korea. So they're trying to separate the U.S.-ROK alliance. And in order to respond to this strategy by North Korea, first of all, we need to strengthen our deterrence. And second, we need to look for diplomatic wisdom. At times, they look like they are conflicting, but we need to be able to balance the two and bring the two into a single solution. Of course, at this point in time, the priority should be deterrence. Against this backdrop, first, South Korea needs to build our own deterrence, and second, we need to strengthen the extended deterrence through the U.S.-ROK alliance. Of course, but having conventional deterrence alone is not enough to respond to North Korea. We need nuclear deterrence. That is not to say that the alternative should be to develop nuclear capabilities in South Korea, because that could have a domino effect in this region. South Korea has a high reliance on trade, and so it would be a difficult choice for South Korea to make if sanctions are involved. But in order to respond to sanctions, we need the consensus among the people of South Korea, but it's very difficult to expect that consensus. Second is the tactical nuclear weapons. Well, the U.S. is against this. The U.S. continues to say that we can stand by South Korea even without tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea, and it would also be against the statement of denuclearizing the Korean peninsula. North Korea has always violated this statement, but South Korea has always kept its statement and had the upper hand ethically related to this issue. And we have to think about China and Russia. China and Russia, if we have tactical nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula, will think that it's targeting them, and the conflict will become much more severe compared to the thawed situation. And so it's very difficult to earn the cooperation of China and Russia concerning North Korea. Hypothetically, if Russia uses nuclear weapons in Ukraine, and if that actually triggers a political decision in the U.S. to have tactical weapons in the Korean Peninsula, that could be one possibility. But currently, it is not a possibility that we can consider. Then we have to think of another alternative. We could have tactical assets of the U.S. side deployed to South Korea. But that actually is not realistic, because if it is permanently deployed to South Korea, then this asset cannot be flexibly used in other areas. And if there's a permanent deployment, then North Korea and China and Russia will respond to this, which will lead to heightened tension between U.S. and China and U.S. and Russia. So the only option that we have left is extended deterrence. Whether the tactical nuclear weapon is in Korea or in the U.S. or on another tactical asset, the decision is up to the U.S. And so, in contingencies, we need to have the U.S. provide the nuclear umbrella as soon as possible. And so that is why we are resuming talks on extended deterrence between the U.S. and South Korea, which we welcome. But we need to make sure that we go beyond reconfirming the principles. We need to make sure that there are detailed plans to show that the nuclear umbrella can protect South Korea in contingencies. And these details must be reflected in the exercises and operations between the U.S. and Korea. That is the only way to provide immediate nuclear umbrella to South Korea in contingencies. And that is the only way that we can send a sufficient and strong message to the people of both Koreas. And that is the only way that we can dampen the dialogue on nuclear development in South Korea. Some say that the detailed deterrence is quite firm on the U.S. side, and so why do we need these additional details? Well, concerning this, I would like to point out two things. First of all, extended deterrence does not necessarily mean that U.S. will respond in a nuclear way upon the nuclear attack of North Korea. Along with nuclear weapons, the U.S. can utilize other missiles in order to provide extended deterrence. And so, if we respond with the U.S., using extended deterrence, using non-nuclear weapons, will it be a sure option for us to deter the nuclear attack by North Korea? So what we need to do is to add details to the best option in responding to possible North Korean nuclear attacks for the future. And second, this is something that Minister Yoon has already discussed as a moderator, and also something that has been discussed in session 1. Depending on the political situation of the U.S., we could have another president like President Trump. If that happens, will the U.S. provide extended deterrence to South Korea, regardless of the chances that homeland will be attacked? Well, Dr. Henry provided a very interesting analysis. We have colloquialism in both parties, and that actually has led to the change in interest of the two parties. And so taking that into consideration, I think we can say that extended deterrence is not a constant. And so we need to make sure that we clarify the plans for extended deterrence. This brings me to the end of my initial remarks. Thank you very much. So, of various responses that are being discussed, some are discussing nuclear planning. So, when are we going to use nuclear means? That really is in the hands of the President of the US, and that right has never been shared with any other country. So, we need to leave that at that, and we have to then think about nuclear planning. So in the case of contingencies, how are we going to use nuclear capabilities? And so if Korea were to participate in this nuclear planning group, that would provide some psychological comfort to South Koreans. Is that something that is a possibility? Well, I think that is a possibility that we can consider. Whatever the title, whatever the format, if the US and the ROK would have discussions and plans on how we should be responding, that would be a positive move. Against the backdrop of my own experience concerning the operation of nuclear capabilities, the US is not active in discussing this with other countries, which is quite understandable. But the situation in South Korea is very critical because we have North Korea right by the border. And so we cannot leave things as it is. We need to create a new mechanism. And if it's difficult to have such a mechanism between the US and ROK, we could also consider a multilateral dialogue, including Japan. Thank you very much. Ambassador Stevens.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Yoon. And as I start, I have the feeling, especially after Dr. Cha and Ambassador Wee and you, Minister Yoon, that already you've expressed a lot of points. I heard a lot this morning said much more eloquently with more expertise than I can express. So at that point where there's a saying that everything that needs to be said has been said, but not everyone has said it yet, I'm going to try to make some very simple points that reflect on what I've heard so far. I really am very grateful to be invited to this 12th conference of JoongAng Ilbo and CSIS. If you'll allow me a little nostalgia, I think I spoke at the very first one in 2011, and I remember it very well. And I was thinking about our mood then and and the subjects we talked about, many the same. But what reminds me is a bit different actually is. That today we talked about, and I'll talk a little bit about the alliance and my views on it. We're talking about North Korea, of course. We were pretty positive about the alliance then too, and I think rightly so. It has, as many speakers have pointed out today, broadened, deepened, strengthened over the years. Many people here have worked very hard on that. But it is a turbulent time, and it strikes me that the way that economic and security issues have become intertwined is something quite new. And of course, as we again discussed this morning, the future of China was something that was not on our minds in the same way 10 or 11 years ago. So I've been doing a lot of reflecting of being back again with all of you after 11 years. I think you wanted me to put this in the context of how the Americans view this, and I'm going to, I guess, give a little bit of my own personal view too, but I listened with great interest to Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, this morning, and the other comments we've heard from our other speakers, all reinforcing the point that, of course, under the Biden administration, there's a great emphasis on, I think, what Mr. Sullivan called aligning with allies, putting allies and partners at as a top priority in U.S. foreign policy. It all sounds pretty good, but it also means, and we've kind of touched on this, there can be a lot of expectations, too. and those expectations and those perspectives can sometimes diverge and sometimes create some real challenges and difficulties. But, I would say with respect to the work that we're doing together on the challenges related to North Korea and its nuclear program and its blizzard of missile tests over the last few months, and as we await the 7th nuclear test, I do think that it's striking that the strength of the alliance has kept us in good stead. And when I wanted to add one point of, again, things other people have said about why I think the alliance is overall in pretty good shape. And one is that I think that there's been both over the years naturally a more of an institutionalization of the alliance. Again, we're missing some of the connective threads we need to build between the economic and the security sides and on some of the new issues. But overall, when we're dealing with North Korea, I think just generally there's been a buildup of trust, communication in a genuine way, and that is serving us well now. And we're relying more on those institutions, shall I say, when it comes to North Korea policy than we were a few years ago, when it was a much more, especially on the American side, a more of a personalized foreign policy. When you had, literally on the American side, sometimes people saying, well, what President Trump said was one thing, but what someone in the State Department said was another. We're back to, I think, a more institutionalized kind of approach, and I think that probably, I guess I'm an institutionalist, is a good thing. And the second point I would make is that overall, again, for a whole variety of reasons, but just to touch on it, I think that we see public support for specifically the U.S.-South Korea alliance stronger than it's ever been. Notwithstanding the fact that the U.S. has turned inward, notwithstanding the fact that there are indeed very strong protectionist winds, even nativist winds in the United States, I think that the U.S. and South Korea are not in a perfect place, but I think we're in a place compared to other decades, others of us have experienced, in good shape in both countries with broad swaths of our citizens on a bipartisan basis attaching great importance to the fact of the alliance and working together. I also was going to mention, I heard Ambassador Goldberg today quoting President Eisenhower, and I had not heard that quote, but I'm going to quote President Truman, who in his farewell speech when he left the White House, before the armistice was signed, before the Mutual Security Treaty was signed in 1953, but as he left after what by any accounts was an incredibly eventful presidency, he said something like this. He said he talked about the recognition of Israel, the decision to use atomic weapons in Japan, the establishment of NATO, the Marshall Plan, but he said the most important decision of his presidency was the decision to act in Korea. And I think maybe 70 years later, we still think that was a very important decision. And I think, again, that gives us a deep basis on which to work together. Now, since I've been here in Seoul for a few days, I've heard several Korean officials in the current administration describe the Yoon administration's policy as based on deterrence, the 3 Ds, right? Deterrence, dissuasion, and diplomacy. And we've spent a lot of time already today on deterrence, and of course that's what Jake Sullivan was talking about as well. I don't have a lot to add there. I think we should talk a bit more about it. I would just say this, one, maybe 2 points, very simple points. One is I think we have to keep in mind that one thing the alliance has been successful in doing for 70 years is deterring North Korea. Not perfectly, but we do have a success in deterrence. Obviously, the threat now is much greater, much different, and it's growing. That's point one. But point two, and everyone has spoken about this in some way, I think we have to sort of look at the question of what is, and this is, I think, primarily, if you like, a military question, but also obviously with enormous political and diplomatic implications. How do you effectively deter the DPRK? But the related question is, and again, we've alluded to this, is how do you reassure the people of South Korea? And it's about something else that has been a thread in this very successful alliance, and that is sometimes doubts about American commitment, doubts about what America would do. And now we're seeing them in a fresh and very challenging form, both given the recent political history in the United States, as well as the geopolitical environment and the DPRK's growing capabilities. So on deterrence, I think we just need to, as several people have said, really deepen the conversation and understand that we are talking about several things here, all of which are important, but they have different dimensions to them, and we need to take them very, very seriously. On the issue of dissuasion, Victor, you kind of referred to this in talking about what might or might not happen after the 7th nuclear test. I mean, we used to kind of think China should dissuade North Korea. Well, that's not really happening. And of course, the UN Security Council is paralyzed. So the ability, also through sanctions, I mean, we can increase the sanctions, but dissuasion is something that must continue, but also has its limits. And that brings me to the third one, which we haven't talked about so much, and that is diplomacy. Now, you know, I'm just not a soft diplomat, so therefore we should talk about diplomacy. I understand very clearly, I think, as we all do, that at the moment, Pyongyang is in no mood for dialogue or diplomacy. But I do think that given the excellent relationship between Seoul and Washington, the commitment to working so closely together, we really need to take more of a deep dive, both, if you like, at the kind of at the expert level, as well as I hope within the governments, into what would diplomacy look like. Because deterrence without diplomacy is dangerous. And I think that as we think about diplomacy, I mean, Jake Sullivan uses the word flexible. It's good to be flexible. I think we need to be, I'm not sure what the right word is, maybe creative, and also more clear with ourselves, and maybe just redefining some terms. I think we've fallen into a kind of a habit, both in the public discourse as well as in sometimes the more expert discourse and in the press, of using words without being very precise about their meaning. I think you're more precise in Korea because people follow the issues more closely. In the US, I don't think we are. What does denuclearization mean? We've been using that word ever since 1992, I think. What does that mean? If you use the word arms control, it's almost like a red flag in Korea that means you accept North Korea as a nuclear state. I don't think so. Arms control has a very specific meaning within the diplomacy of arms control, which has been practiced since Truman in the United States. Those lessons don't all transfer to the current situation with North Korea, but we can learn from them. And that's what I would suggest we do, is to look at, knowing that the moment is not right now, but knowing that we need to be ready to have a diplomacy that's going to have a very important element of reducing threats, confidence building, peace, and reconciliation on the Korean Peninsula. And I think we have not devoted sufficient attention to that, and I hope that we can find some room for that going forward.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your great remarks. In particular, talking about how deterrence without diplomacy is dangerous, I completely relate to that statement, because diplomacy and deterrence need to work together. I can relate to that statement, but the current situation in North Korea, and I believe, in fact, in the US as well, it is very difficult to use the current political capital to focus on diplomacy, because the conflict with China has been aggravated. And there's also the Ukraine issue, and there's the Iranian issue. And so I wonder if there is room for diplomacy in terms of political assets within the Biden administration. That is a point that worries me. But nevertheless, as you have mentioned, in the next 2 years or so, if we do not have any dialogue in the next 2 years, then there could be misunderstandings and miscalculations that can lead to the unraveling of the situation so that it becomes out of control. And so that is a possibility that we are very concerned about. The diplomacy of the Biden administration, what do you believe is the will of the Biden administration related to diplomacy? I know it's a very difficult to answer, but if you can share your opinions with us.
Well, I imagine that given the many things that the Biden administration is addressing right now, and the political climate in the United States so well addressed this morning, that there may be a sense that the North Korean problem it must be managed, but really isn't going to be solved. And that may be true, but I think you need diplomacy to manage the problem too. So I would say I think that some of the impetus will have to come from Seoul, and from Seoul also engaging as we engage in deeper conversations about deterrence to also engage in that conversation with Washington about what a diplomatic path forward might be. And again, I think that think tanks and others can kind of play a role in helping to stimulate this.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting point. So we do need the initiative from the Korean side as well.
So in this regard, I am going to ask a couple of questions to Professor Park. So when it comes to South Korea's North Korean policies, the dilemma has been that there is a division between the liberal and conservative politicians in Korea. So there has been a polarization and there has been widening gap of views between the two sides. So when there is power change in the government, then North Korean policies change completely. So this has been the case in Korea for many decades. Therefore, we have not really been able to build up any leverage against North Korea. There's no consensus within the Korean society. So, having said that, I'd like to ask this question to Professor Park. Recently, there have been escalating threats and provocations from North Korea. So, given this trend, do you think that this will serve to reduce any gaps of views and stances about North Korea between the two political parties? Do you think the recent escalating crisis caused by North Korean provocations can effectively reduce the gaps? And do you think there are any implications for this crisis on the Korean politics?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the question.
중요한 순간에 중요한 주제를
Well,
놓고 토론하는데
this is a very important topic and it is taking place at a timely point, so I am honored to be part of this panel discussion. I understand that the discussions we have at this forum are provided by experts from the two countries, so I've always valued the insights provided here at this forum. So with respect to the question that Minister Yoon has asked me, I'd like to begin with some philosophical discussion. When you think about individuals and communities, when there is a growing sense of crisis, then they tend to go back to the essence and the nature and the core of the problem. So it could be the moment of keen interest. In other words, as there is a growing crisis and tension concerning North Korean nuclear, this once again gives us an opportunity to re-examine the essence of security and security on the Korean Peninsula, and this is actually related to the border countries, the bridge countries between the two superpowers. So the security issue on the Korean Peninsula is not confined to the Korean Peninsula because this has implications for the global community. We had the Sino-US war in the past, we had the Korean War and the nuclear problems of North Korea. So whatever developments that we have had on the Korean Peninsula have global implications. So the peace issues, the security issues, and the conflict and the tensions on the Korean Peninsula are security issues and global issues of East Asia and the world. And we can see that from the past history. So the global implications of the developments on the Korean Peninsula are something that we need to understand fundamentally. You asked me whether this increasing sense of crisis will help reduce the gaps between the two political parties. I believe that the answer lies in their perceptions of this fundamental nature of Korean Peninsula problems as global problems. We may know that the division of the Korean Peninsula is the result of global superpower tensions, and the division of the Korean Peninsula and the Korean War have global implications. We used to have the Berlin Wall, but you know that the areas between the Berlin Wall and the Korean Peninsula, the 38th parallel line, were where the Soviet Union had influence. So we still have the legacy of the Cold War. The Korean Peninsula was at the center of contentions between the superpowers back then, decades ago, but once again, the Korean Peninsula is at the epicenter of superpower competition between the US and China over cutting-edge technology and security and sovereignty and so on. So when we think about nuclear and missile issues, these should not be discussed in the context of inter-Korean dialogue or nationalism or unification or Korean Peninsula issues or inter-Korean exchanges or inter-Korean formula or inter-Korean relations improve. Such framework may not be effective or relevant. In the past, the liberalists argued for engagement, and conservatives argued for strong deterrence and containment. So there was a bipolarization of views about North Korea between the two political parties. But we should never forget the fact that nuclear and missile issues of North Korea are not just a matter concerned on the Korean Peninsula, but it is actually a global issue. Of course, these nuclear issues, these missile issues of North Korea have direct implications on South Korea, but they have always been global issues. So we have to really change our frame of perspective. And this has to go beyond the simple surface. It is rather about the perspectives and the psychological and philosophical views. In the past, we had very different approaches between the liberals and the conservatives regarding North Korea, but now we need to reflect on these past philosophical approaches, and we need to search for a third approach and a third philosophical perspective on the Korean Peninsula. And in this context, the two Koreas should maybe give up on this unification framework. We should move away from the perspective of focusing on unification, but rather it may be time for us to discuss the potential coexistence of the two sovereign states. We talk about coexistence without nuclear on the Korean Peninsula, but we really have to think about a peaceful division or peaceful divorce, so to speak. How can we achieve peaceful coexistence without peaceful divorce or peaceful separation? I think that peaceful separation and peaceful divorce has to be a precondition for peaceful coexistence. If we have violent division or violent divorce, we can never achieve peaceful coexistence. Likewise, the missile problems and the nuclear problems are global problems, not only affecting the Korean Peninsula, but also the East Asia and the global security. So we need to approach it from that perspective. And once again, we can pursue a third way, the Iraq-US alliance that has successfully deterred any war, but has not succeeded in denuclearization. So we have to admit that. And we still do not have a permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. So the Iraq-US alliance has been successful in preventing a war from breaking out on the Korean Peninsula. Now, the maximum goal would be coexistence. And in the meantime, we can pursue peaceful divorce, so to speak. So on one hand, South Korea will utilize the alliance and the UN and universal global order, and at the same time, South Korea may take into consideration the geopolitical situations, so South Korea can use the help of China and Japan to manage the nuclear situations on the Korean Peninsula. So we have had this conflict between the engagement policies and the confrontational policies, but we have to pursue a third way because we have to move away from the bipolarization of North Korean policies in Korean politics, because once again, North Korean nuclear issues are not Korean issues anymore. These are global issues. And from the perspective of Kim Jong-un, for instance, they do not use the term our people. And in internal documents in the DPRK, they do not use the term our people any longer. So they only talk about their own nation, not the people. And in official policies, when they discuss their foreign policies, they do not discuss South Korean policies any longer. Chairman Kim and North Korean regime have not really taken into serious consideration any suggestions or proposals from South Korea, especially when it comes to nuclear and missile. And now, North Korea has declared itself as a nuclear state, and they are pursuing both nuclear and economic development, and they have ICBM and other missile capabilities. So it is very clear that Chairman Kim and the DPRK leadership do not consider our people, including South Korean people, in their security and defense policies. They continue to disregard South Korea. They continue to exclude South Korea. So there's no point for us to continue to say unification or our people, including North Korean people. North Korea is acting as if it is a sovereign state, so we should not just fixate it on the frame of unification or inter-Korean framework. So security problems, peace on the Korean Peninsula, these are global issues, as I mentioned. But that does not mean that we should leave them to the international community. We have to do something because we are under the immediate threat of nuclear and missile threats of North Korea. We are bordered with North Korea, so it is us that is being targeted. Therefore, there's urgency, there's immediacy, and there's geographical distance, proximity between the two Koreas. Now, we need to internationalize the North Korean issues. We need to move away from the frame of our people or unification, because that is also what the DPRK is doing. And in Korea, we need to move beyond liberalism and conservatism and such divide. We have to find a third way. So then we can go beyond the existing problems. We can pursue coexistence. And we can sign a treaty as two independent sovereign states to ensure coexistence. And in doing so, in this process, we can find some ways to solve the current problem. Thank you very much for your initial remarks. And you helped us take a step back to look at the macro view of the situations of the Korean Peninsula. You also touched upon the philosophical orientations of how we should view the nuclear issues in Korea. We should decouple North Korean issues from the nationalistic perspective or the framework of unification. We should rather pursue coexistence with the DPRK given the current situation. And there was a lot that I could relate to. So in that sense, I really want to think about the political system of Korea And I think that the Korean political system has to change in a way that power will be distributed more broadly. Currently, the winning political party with the president being elected will have absolute power, but then after a change of power between the opposition to the ruling party or the other way around, then there will be a major shift in political or policy stance. And when one party becomes a ruling party, then the opposition party is almost excluded in the policy making. So that is something that should change.
We have about 10 minutes left, and I believe that there are two more important issues that we should discuss. So allow me to raise these issues, and please feel free to jump in with your answers. First is the dilemma of the current situation. So recently we have seen that North Korea is not willing to return to the table to discuss denuclearization. Any negotiation, if opened at all, North Korea insists that it should be about arms control, not denuclearization. From the U.S. or ROK perspective, we do not agree with this position. We stand by our position of denuclearization. Given this situation, time is just flowing by, but the dilemma is, so North Korea is earning time to advance their nuclear capabilities. That is the dilemma at hand. So how are we going to solve this dilemma? Are we going to leave things as it is? Well, 1 or 2 months ago, we have seen extreme tension escalating. And it could lead to future miscalculations or misunderstandings. And that may translate into the unraveling of situations that goes beyond our control. And this is something that we always see in the history of wars. And so we would like to ask you for your opinions on this topic. Second, in the case of Japan, related to nuclear development, they have a very different position compared to the ROK. They are also a non-nuclear state, but they have built plutonium, and they have a total of 9 tons of plutoniums and 35 tons of plutonium in the UK and France. Of course, these figures are old, and so we don't know what the current situation is at this moment in time. This actually is worth dozens of or numerous warheads. Well, some people express this as having warheads in the basement. From the South Korean perspective, some start to talk about nuclear development. So do we need to consider this type of model? Of course, this is based on close talks and confidence between the U.S. and Japan, which was not present for talks related to nuclear development in South Korea. So we look forward to your opinions. Maybe we can go to Dr. Cha first.
It's a difficult question to answer. I would have 2 responses, and I'll be brief. The first is that, and we've had this conversation, John Henry and I, in our time here. South Korean discussions of bombs in the basement or nuclear capabilities of any sort have to be coupled with really sort of deep and serious understanding of the universe of things that come with nuclear weapons possession. It's not simply having a bomb. There's a whole constellation of things that go along with that that range from the theoretical in terms of understanding nuclear deterrence and strategic interaction to the very practical in terms of fail-safe systems and a whole bunch of other things. And so if South Koreans are serious about considering this, they should really start not from thinking about the bomb, but thinking about what is the universe of things we need to understand if we're going to pursue this. The imperfect analogy to this is when South Korea was negotiating the revision to the 123 Civil Nuclear Agreement with the United States several years ago, where there was a push on the South Korean side to be able to do more, and but what was important for the South to understand is that in advocating to do more, even in civil nuclear energy, they also had to demonstrate their understanding of the importance of nonproliferation. And that was something that did come with a revised civil nuclear agreement. So that's the first point. The second, with regard to Japan and their stockpiles of plutonium, again, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, yes, could they make nuclear weapons? They certainly could, fairly quickly, but they don't really fit into a broader framework of bolstering deterrence against North Korea without all the other pieces that I just mentioned. Again, an imperfect metaphor, it's fine to want a nice car, but you also have to know how to drive the car. And it's that part of it, I think, that is underappreciated in a lot of the conversations about nuclearization here in South Korea.
네, 고맙습니다. 이 대사님이나
Yes. So
스티븐스 대사님
now,
의견 있으시면.
Ambassador Wee or Stevens?
제가부터 하겠습니다.
Maybe I can start. Well, we don't have a lot of time, so we would like to ask you to keep your comments short. Maybe just about the Japanese model. Well, the case of Japan and South Korea are very different. The background is different and sentiments are different. In Japan, they have very anti-nuclear sentiments, but in South Korea, there's actually a sentiment that we should become a nuclear power. In Japan, they have an impeccable track record on nuclear capabilities. But compared to Japan, we are not that impeccable. And so if we were to use the Japanese model, I think many would question us. If we take a look at the economic capabilities and scientific capabilities, it actually naturally leads to certain potential. And couple that with Korea's track record and Korean sentiments, I think if we try to add capabilities, the issue will become very severe. I am not for that position.
Yeah, I agree with the interventions already made. In addition, you asked the question about how do you get some kind of negotiation actually started with North Korea, and that is a big challenge. But both questions give me a chance to mention a book I brought with me. I'm still reading it. It just came out this year, and it's called "Winning and Losing the Nuclear Peace: The Rise and Demise of Arms Control." By Michael Crepon, who was one of the founders of the Stimson Center. And I mention it because I think that sometimes, they say when you have a problem you can't solve, you kind of broaden the aperture or broaden the perspective. And I think when it looks to either of these, essentially we're talking about, nuclear proliferation, right? And, other developing, other countries, including democratic allies of the United States, developing nuclear weapons, or that's a form of proliferation. When we're talking about North Korea and they say they want to talk about arms control, I'd say let's not dismiss that out of hand. We've somehow decided arms control is a signal, and it may be for them that we've accepted them to have a certain status. It doesn't have to be. I think if we look at the principles of arms control that have imperfectly kept the nuclear peace, if you like, since 1945, maybe we can broaden the aperture in a way of coming up with a set of possible areas of discussion with North Korea, which makes clear that we still adhere to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, We know that there are countries that, let's say, are not in compliance, not just North Korea. But that's part of the imperfect world we live in. But let's broaden the aperture a little bit and try to pick out some areas where North Korea abiding by some of these principles would bring us a safer world and would bring us into a dialogue. And yeah, with respect to Japan or Korea, I just, for the reasons suggested, I just question the logic of this, but it gets back to that question of, I think it's about reassurance and a deeper set of understandings between the United States and our allies vis-a-vis our nuclear deterrence and nuclear umbrella.
예, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Finally, I'm going to give some time to Professor Park for your final concluding remarks. So what you just discussed is, I believe, essential. We've failed. The U.S. and the international community have failed to achieve denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. I remember Roosevelt and Nixon's wisdom is something that we need. Initially, President Roosevelt's closest people didn't really know that the Soviet Union, they didn't understand why in 1933 President Roosevelt was trying to normalize diplomatic relations with Soviet Union. But then Hitler invaded Poland and France, and then such a treaty was made. And Nixon and Kissinger, they tried so hard to normalize diplomatic ties, and I opened the Nixon documents in the archive and the Roosevelt documents, and I was quite surprised. Currently, the U.S. and China, they fought the fiercest during the Korean War. And then, after several years, the normalization of diplomatic ties between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and then the U.S. and China normalized the diplomatic ties, and then there was a collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. So as Ambassador Stephens mentioned, we have been successful in deterrence. But now, we need to take a step forward. I believe that now the security to security and regime security and something that we can exchange, we can learn lessons from the past experiences of normalizing diplomatic ties with Soviet Union and China in the past, so we could borrow the wisdom of President Roosevelt and President Nixon and Kissinger so that we can engage North Korea once again in a dialogue. And while we do so, I believe that we can create a better environment for us, as was the case of President Roosevelt and President Nixon, so we could build a foundation for peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. Yes, we've been successful in deterrence, but it's not a complete success. We have deterred war, but that's not it. We have to do more.
Thank you very much. It is now time to wrap up session 2. So for the last 80 minutes, we have been involved in passionate dialogue, and it would be great if we said we came up with a solution for North Korean issues, but that is certainly not the truth. But nevertheless, we have been able to discuss various aspects of this very complicated challenge, and this gave us a better view of the challenge. And I believe that we have had very fruitful dialogue. What is for sure is that this challenge of North Korea nuclear program and de-escalating tension, the premise has to be trust within the alliance. And so that should be our starting point, confidence in the US-ROK alliance to come up with great solutions for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 지금 윤영관 전 외교통상부
Thank
장관께서
you very
말씀해
much.
주신 대로
As
참
former
복잡하고
Minister
어려운
Yoon
많은
Young-kwan
단계들이
has
얽혀 있는
mentioned,
문제지만
this is indeed a
이렇게
very
다섯 분이
complicated
전해주신 좋은
challenge,
이야기를
but
바탕으로 해서
thanks
모두가
to
머리를
the
맞댄다면
dialogue between our
분명히
five
해법을
panelists,
더 빠른 시간
I
안에
am
찾을 수
sure
있지
that we have
않을까라는
contributed
생각이
to
듭니다. 다시
finding
한번
a solution
두 번째
in the
세션에서
future.
많은
Thank
얘기
you very
들어주신
much
다섯
for
분께
your
박수
discussion during
부탁드립니다.
session 2. A big round of applause, please.
자, 이렇게 해서 북7차 핵실험
This
이후의
brings us to the
한반도
end of
두 번째
session 2,
세션을
Korea
마무리하도록
after the
하겠습니다.
seventh
잠시
nuclear
쉬었다가
test.
20분 동안
Let us take a
쉬었다가
20-minute
3시
break
10분에
before we
다시
resume
마지막 세
for
번째
session
세션으로
3 at
찾아뵙겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
1:10. Thank you very much.
네, 중앙일보 CSIS 포럼 2022 세 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 지난 첫 번째 세션에서는 미 중간선거 이후 아시아 정책에 대해서, 그리고 두 번째 세션에서는 북의 7차 핵실험 이후 한반도의 정세에 대해서 얘기를 나눠봤는데요. 세 번째 세션에서는 경제 안보와 중국 문제에 대한 이야기를 다뤄보고자 합니다. 지금 세 번째 세션에서 내담을 해주실 5분의 연사께서 무대 위로 올라오고 계시는데요. 무대가 정리가 되는 대로 본격적으로
They are just joining us on stage. As soon as we are ready, we will start session 3.
네, 이번 대담에 역시 5분의 연사께서
We have a total of 5 members of this panel for session 3. We have President Park Tae-ho, Senior Advisor Choi Seok-kyung, Chairman James Kim, Professor Lee Jae-min, and Senior Fellow Susan Thornton.
자리를 하셨습니다.
We would like to invite them to the stage, and now let us commence session 3 titled Economic Security and China Challenge. Let us invite our moderator, Professor Emeritus of Seoul National University, Dr. Tae-ho Park. Thank you very much.
저희가 준비를 언어를 영어로 했기 때문에
We did prepare to speak in English, and so the whole session will be in English. We ask you for your understanding.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome all of you to the session 3 of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. I'm Tae-ho Park, President of Lee & Co Global Commerce Institute, and also a former Trade Minister of Korea. I'll be the moderator for this session on the economic security and the China challenge. In this session, we have excellent experts, and I'm very happy to say that all the panelists of our session are here in person. We are very lucky. I would like to introduce these prominent panelists. We have 2 panelists from the United States. To my left, Susan Thornton, currently senior fellow and visiting lecturer at Yale Law School, and she was the former acting Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. And then far to the left, James Kim. He's the chairman, currently chairman and CEO of AmCham Korea. We have also 2 Korean panelists. First, Choi Seok-kyung, senior advisor at Lee & Co and former Korean ambassador to WTO. And Lee Jae-min, professor at Seoul National University School of Law. Before we begin our session, I would like to say a few words about the procedure of the session. I will ask each panelist to speak for about 7 to 8 minutes on the specific questions suggested by the moderator in advance, followed by brief comments and questions by other panelists for about 2 or 3 minutes. So each panelist, after that, you can communicate a little bit. Okay? And after the first 1 round of presentation, I will have a brief session again for additional interactions among our panelists, and the remaining time will be allocated for Q&A from the floor. Since we are given 80 minutes, I ask panelists to keep their remarks within the given time limits. As you may have noticed already, the topic of our session seems rather broad. So, for the more effective discussions, I had asked panelists to prepare their initial remarks on the specific questions I had given to them in advance. I would like to invite the panelists in the following order. First, Susan Thornton, and then Ambassador Choi, and third, Chairman Kim, and finally, Professor Lee. Without further ado, I would like to invite Susan Thornton. Actually, as a moderator, I have asked Susan several questions regarding, first, again, this is also important, so that's why I'm asking this question, U.S. policy toward East Asia, particularly toward China after the midterm election. And second, U.S. Indo-Pacific economic framework strategy to cope with China, especially after Xi Jinping began his third term as the president of China. Third, Korea's position in promoting, or U.S. expectation for Korea to play some kind of role in promoting Indo-Pacific economic framework strategy, while Korea faces China and the United States, which are its first and second largest trading partners. So we are feeling a little bit awkward in between. Of course, these are illustrative questions. I think you may address other related topics too. Susan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister Park, and I'm very honored to be here with my fellow panelists and at this wonderful event. I thank everyone for having me here. It was mentioned by some of my colleagues earlier that, and I think Ambassador Kathy Stevens mentioned when she started this 12 years ago, we were in a more maybe upbeat and optimistic frame of mind, both about the alliance, but also about developments in Asia, the U.S. relationships in the region, et cetera. And the title of today's program about the Turbulent Alliance gives us all a bit of a feeling of where we are today in relation to that period of time. I think the world is in a period of great uncertainty. I know that the panel this morning, which I unfortunately missed, talked about U.S. policy in Asia after the midterm elections, but I do think that it's really important to think about how prominently Ukraine and the Russian war in Ukraine is figuring in U.S. policy for the next couple of years in the Biden administration. And that's just one aspect of the real uncertainties that we're feeling right now. And of course, where China is going and where U.S. relations with China are going is another big part of the uncertainty and lack of predictability here in the Asia-Pacific region. So I will focus mostly today in my comments on U.S. policy toward China, which is what I've been working on most concertedly at my current position at Yale. But Minister Park asked me to talk about whether or not there could be some kind of making up between the U.S. and China in the coming couple of years. And I've actually gotten that question a lot lately, which I think does speak to a starting realization among countries in the region and actually around the world of the very important impact that U.S.-China relations, if it goes terribly wrong, is going to have on everyone in the region and actually every country in the globe. So I think it is a really important question to consider right now. I think we are facing a bit of a crossroads in U.S.-China relations at the moment. Things have not been going very well for the last 3 years. And I actually don't see a lot of prospect for major changes to the Biden administration's approach to China for the next couple of years. I think that the approach of sort of across the board kind of competition, this geostrategic competition and rivalry is pretty well set It is in the diplomatic, economic, and military realms, and it borders in this bilateral competitive framework in many cases on a kind of confrontation, actually. And I think that we will continue to see that. I think Jake Sullivan, I missed his comments this morning also, so I'm sorry to have not heard him, but I've heard him previously, and I know that he and Tony Blinken and the president have talked about this strategy of invest, align, and compete. And the compete part is the part for China. The align part is the part for Korea, and the invest part is the part for the U.S. at home. And we've done quite a bit of work on those first two. And I think the question mark up to now has really been around this third area of compete. How is this competition going to look? How will it be managed? And I think we're still working to figure that out. And maybe now in the last half of the first Biden term, or this Biden term, depending how 2024 goes, we'll see more on that. But I think that we are holding out the prospect of cooperation for China in the multilateral areas, in the global challenges. And we hope that maybe that could serve as a basis for starting to do some more serious diplomacy. Of course, the two sides have really been doing something which looks kind of like insulating themselves from each other, there's a lot of mistrust, suspicion, a feeling that each side is trying to sort of harm the other one as a matter of policy at the moment. And so we're trying to kind of insulate ourselves from one another. You see the drop-off in exchanges. You see the suspicions about technology sharing, research, across the board in almost every domain. And of course, COVID-19 has had a lot to do with the deterioration in U.S.-China relations. I mean, every time I have this conversation, I try to say to people, if we do the sort of counterfactual experiment, where would we be today in U.S.-China relations if we had not had COVID-19? And I think we would be in a very, very different place. So the question is now sort of what can be done about this, what should be done, what do we see the Biden administration doing, and how will China respond? Not to be too pessimistic, I would like to talk a little bit about the meeting between the two presidents in Bali at the G20, which I think was actually above expectations as far as how it came out. The two presidents managed to, first of all, I think, take the temperature down a bit on the relationship. I think that is something that they will be trying to do. And I think we saw in Bali after that meeting that it was successfully done. We saw that China had sort of tamped down its rhetoric, blaming the U.S. for the Ukraine war in the aftermath of Bali. And we saw President Biden make a very helpful statement about Taiwan, and that that he does not think there's going to be an imminent invasion of Taiwan. So that was important. I think we saw also Chinese restrained rhetoric around the semiconductor export controls, and we saw restrained rhetoric on the part of the U.S. around the recent COVID demonstrations in China. So that's a signal that these meetings can help, and that they can help to sort of stabilize things. I think there's also an effort made at that meeting to try to start some real diplomacy among the two countries. And because of COVID-19, we've really just been exchanging public statements for the last 3 years, which is a very poor way to conduct relations with a country like China, and especially, probably with all countries, but especially China. And so I think we saw that Tony Blinken's going to be going to China for a visit, and we'll start to see hopefully some mechanisms develop to have regular conversations around specific topics over the next couple of months. But I do think that it's going to be a little bit tough to make progress. We see that, of course, and this was maybe discussed this morning, the political atmosphere in the U.S. on U.S.-China relations is bipartisan, quite hawkish, And we know that the Republican-controlled House of Representatives has a lot of plans for China-related initiatives that will sort of increase that temperature again in the relationship. And in particular, the travel potentially of the new House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, to Taiwan will be a major obstacle for U.S.-China relations to get over. So, you know, while we can be hopeful that the temperature can be taken down and that some diplomacy can restart, I think there are some obstacles from not just the Congress, but also other external events that will impede, and it will be tough to manage all of that. We do have the U.S. hosting APEC, the APEC summit next year. So if we can get some of these diplomatic initiatives started, we have a sort of a one-year roadmap ahead of us before what would, I assume, be anticipated as a Xi Jinping visit to at least San Francisco for the summit meeting and maybe beyond that. And that could form some basis for stabilization, but I think the relationship is going to be pretty rocky. You asked me about IPEF, and I mean, I don't want to say too much about that, except that I think that we had a good plan for dealing with our fears about the Chinese economy in Asia, and that was called TPP. And I just don't think that IPEF has come along as much of a sort of substantive and progress-focused set of discussions as TPP was. I think it could have some interesting aspects to it and foment some good discussions about modern issues that we haven't touched on enough. But I think it's gonna, so far it's been pretty hard to get the attention of the countries in the region to be devoted to the IPEF discussions. And I do think that when you ask me sort of what can Korea do or how can countries in the region manage, I think there's a couple of things that could be helpful. One is that I thought Indonesia did a terrific job managing the G20 multilateral event this year in the face of geopolitical headwinds. And this is something that countries can do, is to try to get multilateral formats together where people can meet and talk. It's very important, as we see. And I think the other thing is, you know, we need to support multilateral and international institutions, standards, rules. You're the former trade minister. I mean, the WTO is really flailing right now. And these are systems that protect countries like Korea, maybe not so much the major powers who can throw their weight around, but countries like Korea should be very invested in defending these institutions and these rules and systems. So that would be my two suggestions.
Thank you very much. Actually, for IPEP, we also have a speaker to discuss, and also WTO, we also have another panelist to discuss. Among four of you, I mean, any short question or comment on Susan's presentation? Anything? Just quick. No? Later. Okay. Then thank you very much, Susan. Now I invite second speaker, second panelist, Ambassador Choi. I have asked Ambassador Choi to first also give several questions. Briefly introduce Korea's IP Indo-Pacific strategy, which was presented by President Yoon at the Bali G20 summit meeting last month. Another question, another thing I asked him to explain the possible content of the IPEP agreement, particularly in the second pillar, covering the issues of resilient supply chain. Third question is, I want you to discuss China's reaction if the second pillar attempt to exclude China for certain products and materials. Lastly, I want you to suggest Korea's role in IPEP given this situation. Again, you can address some other issues too. Choi, please.
Thank you. Before I go into President Yoon's Indo-Pacific strategies, which he made a statement on his occasion to visit Southeast Asia 2 weeks ago. Currently, we have witnessed rising concerns of economic security, primarily ranging from widespread economic coercive measures, unilateralism, protectionist industrial policy exercised by big countries, and also particularly the threat of weaponization of interdependence. Accordingly, the horizon of the national security was very much broadened. The supply chain was disrupted by the US-China conflict, decoupling, and pandemic, climate change, and also the number of restrictions on export and import, and also the review and the screening of foreign investment. Just as Susan mentioned, actually, multilateral trading system is paralyzed, and we are now witnessing the emergence of kind of the regional economic bloc building process. Against this backdrop, US-China is undergoing mid and long-term strategic competitions. Korea is overall concerned about actually growing protectionist trends. We had also bitter experience with the economic coercive measures exercised by China in the case of a THAAD deployment in Korea, and also export control by Japan. Actually, this is two different cases. We are also concerned about collateral damages from strategic competition between US and China, especially in the case of IRA and Chips and Science Act, and also Section 232 of 1961 Trade Expansion Act of the United States on steel trade. We feel Korea is still discriminated by these particular rules. This is a kind of a background I just would like to say before I go over to President Yoon's IP strategies. Korea's previous government did not articulate it in the Pacific strategies. Rather, they kept strategic ambiguities over the Indo-Pacific strategies, and they did not decide to join IPEF. But President Yoon made clear in his Asian trip a couple of weeks ago that Korea would join IP strategies. Korea pursues freedom and peace and prosperity in IP region on the basis of trust, inclusiveness, and also reciprocity. I think this is a very bold and clear statement made by the Korean president. The remainder of the task, what Korea should do is to articulate this doctrine or guideline or framework into full-scale Korea's national strategies toward the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, President Yoon also decided to join as original member of IPEF initiative May this year. I think this is also a very good move for Korea to join. Just as you just questioned, there are 4 pillars in IPEF. The second pillar deals with the supply chains. Currently, supply chain disruption is very much common concerns around the world. Now, member countries are addressing, they are negotiating, firstly, identifying the area, the critical products which are of concerns of supply chain disruptions. And they would like to enhance the transparency and coordination among participating members. Still, the language is in the early stage, therefore we cannot prejudge the final agreement of the IPEF at this point in time. But the key is whether and how the outcome of IPEF would serve as a kind of collective deterrence against the potential weaponization of interdependence. I still don't know whether the final agreement would be legally binding, but they are not pursuing legally binding agreements. But without legally binding documents, whether we can pursue the original goal of the coordination among ourselves. I mean, that is a good question, but we have to wait and see. Now, the Chinese response to IPEF. In my personal view, IPEF is an open forum. China can join if member countries would agree. But I feel quite pessimistic. China would not join because the criteria or conditions of joining this IPEF is kind of supporting for market mechanisms and protection of human rights. China may have a great deal of challenges to meet this sort of criteria. Particularly the Pillar 4 of IPEF deals with anti-corruption. There are a lot of other issues actually China would not meet such criteria. And how Korea should respond to Chinese potential actions against Korea, kind of economic coercive measures which we already have experienced. In my view, Korea should be prepared for the repetition of economic coercive measures to be exercised by certain countries because of economic interdependence. We need to focus on the diversification and also the mapping, the precise mapping exercise of critical industrial products, which are key to the Korean national security. And on that basis, we also have to think about a kind of anti-coercive initiative. In case of economic coercion from other countries, we need to have effective tools to respond to those challenges in the future. Thank you.
Again, may I ask anybody to have a quick comment or question? Otherwise, we move to the next speaker. Okay, then I'd like to invite Chairman Kim. Before I ask you to address, let me say something about the kind of environment we are facing. I'd like to briefly mention the uncertainties and risks the business community all over the world faces these days. As we know very well, these kind of uncertainties and risks are coming from various sources. We already discussed many of them, such as COVID-19 pandemic, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and major nations' policy measures based on national security, as well as politically motivated nationalism, and so on. All of this are affecting international trade and foreign direct investment behaviors of global firms. To give a specific example, we already mentioned these issues many times. The recent U.S. Inflation Reduction Act introduces an incentive scheme for consumers purchasing electric vehicles, which discriminates against electric vehicles manufactured or assembled outside the North American region. Over this Inflation Reduction Act, not only the Korean automakers, but also the Europeans and as well as Japanese car makers are raising very serious concerns. I would like to ask Chairman Kim how he sees this development, and also like to hear Chairman Kim's suggestions or recommendations to the U.S. government or our Korean car manufacturers, if you have any. Please, Chairman Kim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. Before I start, I just want to say thank you so much for Chairman Hong, JoongAng Ilbo, and Dr. John Henry from CSIS for hosting this great event. Both of you run an amazing organization, and since I live in Korea, I love your newspaper, so thank you very much. I know the title says the Alliance in Turbulent Times. I think the world may be turbulent these days, but the alliance between U.S. and Korea is actually better than I had ever seen in many, many years. So I'm going to take kind of a positive stint to it, and Susan, you and I spoke about it briefly. So for AmCham, we represent 800 companies here in Korea and affiliates. We'll be celebrating our 70th anniversary in 2023. It coincides with the U.S.-Korea alliance. And under the leadership of President Biden and President Yoon, I think we're seeing the alliance reach even bigger heights. Just in May of last year, of this May, the two agreed to redefine the alliance from just a military alliance into a more comprehensive alliance based on common security, interest, technology, economic interests, and even values. And in this context, I think that President Yoon's vision for making Korea a global pivotal state is a real solid direction for Korea. I can tell you that I've lived in Korea now for 18 years, and this is one of the best I've seen between the two countries. Under Victor Cha's leadership, when he was under President Bush's administration, we did Chorus FTA. So that was a real big win as well. But I'm also seeing some amazing positive successes between U.S. and Korea today. I think because of the China factor, I'd like to highlight three areas of opportunities that makes it very positive for Korea and the U.S. First is economic security. We all know that China accounts for, 25% of all the exports from South Korea, which is a big number. As a business person, I would not want to see 25% of all my revenue or my supply chain coming from one country. And this is not a negative on China. It's just, from a business perspective, it's pretty practical. So from an economic security perspective, it's forcing, I think, Korea and the U.S. to get even closer. Let's talk about the second aspect, which is the strategic partnership. I think we've all seen the numbers, and the numbers are unprecedented between trade activities between U.S. and Korea. Look at 2022 alone, the number of jobs created by Korean companies in the U.S. reached 35,000 jobs. Believe it or not, that's 10% of all the jobs that are created by non-U.S. companies in America. That's a big number. And when you look at strategically important industries, semiconductors, EVs, wind energy, and even logistics, we're talking about a $7 billion investment in the U.S. That's a huge increase from the previous year. And when you also look at Korea's exports into the U.S., and Dr. Barr, you asked me about cars. The auto exports from South Korea to the U.S. is going to be $100 billion this year, which is a huge, huge number, right? Again, that talks about the positive side between U.S. and Korea because of the China factor. The third area is small business growth. We all know that SMEs create a lot of jobs for both countries. And we think that increasing SME activity is another lever to help the U.S.-Korea alliance. If it was just a U.S.-China alliance, most U.S. SMEs would prefer just to do business in China. But because of some of the challenges we see today, Korea, as the sixth largest trading partner, becomes a very attractive destination. Just for the numbers, there are 30 million U.S. SMEs today. Of that, 300,000 are doing business abroad. But so far, only 20,000 are doing business in South Korea. So I see that as a huge opportunity. And that's one of the areas where we hope that AmCham can play a role in helping that as well. The other aspect is, at AmCham, we're trying to help make Korea the best regional headquarters in Asia. We took a survey, and unlike before, Korea is now the second most desired place for U.S. companies to set up shop. We also have 8 members of our board of governors who's running Asia right here from Korea. Companies like Qualcomm, Delta, they're very, very good examples. So again, it shows you that American companies are ready I think they're ready to, again, diversify away from China, and not because they don't like China. They have big businesses there, but it's just a smart way to do business. I know that we talked about the IRA a little bit, and thanks to Victor Cha's amazing questions to earlier today, Jake Sullivan really had a very clear answer about the IRA. The very fact that he's on top of it, he's taken it very, very seriously. And I can tell you that every Korean company here, all the people who are involved in the U.S.-Korea relations, they have also advocated for a resolution to IRA, because I think it's become more of an emotional factor. But I do think that as Jake Sullivan talked about today, I don't think he was willing or able to give us a specific answer, but I do believe that a good outcome, will soon, reach its way. And I know that it's just one of a few things that might create some wrinkles between the two countries, but I believe in a long-term, healthy, prosperous relationship, and I think we will overcome any of those challenges. So that's kind of my opening, Dr. Park. I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
We don't need to worry about anything on IRA, huh?
Well, I think that when you are running a business, and obviously this IRA directly impacts our friends from Hyundai and Kia, because all their electric vehicles are made in South Korea.
Okay.
But I do believe that there will be some sort of, hopefully a good resolution. I don't know what that may be, or the timing, but I know that we just had the midterm election, and I hope that the two sides, and I know everyone's working on it, will have some creative solution to make it a win-win for both parties, including for Hyundai and Kia, who we all know have done an amazing job in investing in America. I know that the chairman spent time with President Biden when he was here in Korea, and vice versa. I know they have great relationships.
Well, general feeling about this kind of IRA act in Korea, ordinary people think that Hyundai Kia made a commitment to invest huge amount of money into United States to establish the factory to produce EVs, but for the next 3 or 4 years, until they start to produce EVs, they will be discriminated because your cars are made in Korea, outside North America. People feel like we are a little bit in a difficult situation made by the U.S. I mean, that's the kind of feeling we are having. That's why we are raising these questions. And as you said, we have to wait, maybe some kind of compromise or resolution. But Mr. Choi, you want to say something?
Yes, since we are talking about the IRA, I also watched Jake Sullivan's comments this morning. But responding to the last question the Victor made, actually he did not make clear when and how the problem would be sorted out. I mean, that is the key. I just would like to share with you some phenomenon after the IRA problem was brought out, actually, Korea and the United States. Some of U.S. consulting firms approached to the Korean industry that they would sort out this IRA problem during the lame duck sessions, or by the end of this year, by submission any amendment proposal in U.S. Congress. Theoretically, it is possible, but in the reality, it is impossible options. But those kind of ideas was floated by many. And industries are trying to believe that actually Korea-US consultation would go very well in all levels, from the working level to the highest level. But still, we don't know how the problem would be sorted out. I mean, as a trusted ally, we need to have more credible actions by US side. Thank you.
And I think, I fully, agree with that. I'm not here to protect or defend the IRA, but I think the timing was a little difficult, right? We just went through, an election now. At that time, we did not even have the Korean ambassador to the United States in place. And I believe that, again, that's the reason why we have organizations like CSIS, who knows a lot about how to handle some of these delicate challenges. And I feel very good that we will have a resolution. The relationship, I think, is just simply too strong and too important to just make it pass without a resolution.
Okay, then let me move to the next panelist. Professor Lee, you mentioned, you heard about these stories about IRAs and also Chips and Science Act, which also introduced, some kind of providing subsidies into specific sectors. Well, these concerns are actually, as you know, coming from kind of populist kind of policies based on anti-China and also America First trade policy measures of the United States. And I mentioned about industrial subsidy issues. This has been an important reform topic for at the WTO, particularly for major advanced countries like the United States and the EU and Japan. Looking at these developments, I would like to ask Professor Lee how you think that the multilateral trading system of WTO, how WTO can deal with this. I also want to ask, whether these kind of policy elements are maybe violating WTO rules or something like that. And lastly, also I want to ask you to provide some suggestions for the future trade governance, because nothing is working at the WTO, and many people are talking about plurilateral agreement will be the answer. There are lots of discussion, but no leadership is appearing. So you are an expert on trade law, and I invite you to speak something on this. Yes.
Thank you very much, Minister Park. Maybe this is the most difficult time these days to talk about trade law and the WTO. In any event, because we are talking about ILA, let me briefly start by talking about ILA, following up your question, Minister Park. The USTR issued a very important report before COVID-19, I believe February 2020. And there, the USTR's report criticized WTO findings for the past roughly 25 years. Many issues. It's about 200-page document. Many decisions are discussed. Many issues are dealt with. I think the three issues summarized the report in February 2020. One is national treatment issue, discrimination, national treatment. And number two, subsidy regulation, mainly about China or industrial policy. And number three, dispute settlement. And interestingly, ILA comprises all three elements. So it's one thing to talk about this issue from a microscopic legal topic, discussing whether this particular measure of the United States is in violation of WTO agreements or FTA. It's quite another how those issues will appear in the eyes of the United States at this particular juncture. So I think that is why it's important not only to look at the legalistic issue, trade agreements analysis issue on the one hand, but also how the United States is viewing the multilateral trade agreement enshrined at the WTO at this particular juncture. So that's why I think it's important to examine this issue both from the legal aspect, but also from the common ground aspect or policy aspect. I think that's what the governments are doing, two governments are doing at the moment, as before what James just mentioned, and also Mr. Sullivan mentioned this morning. So that's why it's critical to find a common ground solution to address this issue. So as we all know, somehow this is a very emotional topic, to borrow James' wording. And also, it could be a very difficult issue for the United States because of the reasons that I just explained. So this is a representative topic for the two countries at this juncture to navigate through the treacherous environment of the trade agreements and we'll have to see how things will come out. I think going back to your previous question, all these issues, I think, stem from the increasing irrelevance of the WTO. Let me put it mildly. I think this is very sad, but unfortunately, the increasing irrelevance of the WTO and WTO agreements have sparked all these controversies all over the world. As a result, many countries are looking for some solution to deal with this issue. The agreements are there, they are fixed in stone. The agreements were negotiated back in 1986 through 88, mainly. It's about 36 years ago. And now we have seen a sea change over the past 4 decades, and the agreements are still there. We do have an FTA, but FTA is also closely tied to the WTO agreements. So mainly, trade agreements are based upon the original scheme of back in 1980s. And now we have digital economy. Now we have COVID-19. Now we have rising China. Now we have Russia-Ukraine war, all those new multi-layered crises. And agreements seem to be either outdated or irrelevant. The question is then how to address those irrelevance or uncertainty. As a result, many countries, not only just the United States, but many countries are looking at the hidden provision of national security because it has not been fully explored. It appears that it could be applied in many different ways, and as a result, many countries are examining the parameter, a new parameter of national security, and that creates further confusion and further controversy going forward. So that is the current situation. That also relates to the subsidy issue that Minister Park just mentioned. It's very interesting because the current subsidy agreement prohibits governmental financial support for whatever reason, mainly to put it simply. But we know that governments need to do something because of the pandemic, because of the dying industries, because of the advent of the digital economy, for many legitimate reasons. And now, however, the agreements are not accommodating of those new changes. So subsidy agreements need to be changed as well to reflect the new development. And as we discussed before, the United States, Japan, and the EU, I believe, have proposed the new idea for new proposal to amend the subsidy agreement. So all these issues need to be done quickly to revive not just the multilateral trading regime, but any trading regime for the future. And finally, I think IPF has some potential. We know, as Susan mentioned, IPF is very light on details. However, it could provide a new template to discuss all these outstanding issues, including subsidy, digital economy, and new trade topics, labor, human rights. All those issues could be dealt with in the IPF. So still, IPF is not clear what is going to be included there, but it could provide a template for the future, at least for some participating countries. So multilateralism seems to be now difficult to achieve, but at least minilateralism or some plurilateralism could be achievable in the next 5 to 6 years. Thank you.
So for your last statement, who will lead this kind of approach, plurilateral or minilateral kind of approach? You think the U.S. can lead along with the EU and Japan and other market economy countries?
I think it requires cooperation of many countries under the leadership of the United States. Particularly, I think Korea needs to play more. It includes digital component. It includes new trade issues such as competition and labor and environment. Those issues are also important for Korea as well. And these issues are basically in the drawing board at the IPF. So there are plenty room that Korea can play in elaborating these norms for other countries and also for Korea as well.
Okay, now we finished the first round of presentation by 4 panelists. I will spend a few minutes. If you have anything to raise or question or make comments? Susan, you want to say something?
Well, I was just very curious, Ambassador, about the comments you made about the economic coercion and how countries would be dealing with that, because we heard today earlier fears about, and even in this panel, fears about what would happen if there was a transgression of a perceived Chinese interest on the part of Korea. Would China retaliate again as it had under the THAAD deployment back in 2015?
Ambassador Choi, before you answer, I have a similar question. When you say our Indo-Pacific initiative or our plan or our policy direction, you said inclusivity or inclusiveness, which means that you don't want to really alienate or isolate other people. But in fact, IPF will move to the other direction, then Korea will be in a very awkward or even sensitive situation, including that kind of aspect. Why don't you give us some your thought?
Right. Responding to Professor Park's question first. Actually, when President Yoon declared his statement on Indo-Pacific strategies, actually he also mentioned not only inclusiveness, but also reciprocities. I think this new Korean government may have thought that in dealing with China, actually the Korea-China relations should be on the basis of reciprocity, because Korea is heavily dependent on China economically, but Korea-US has a security alliance. Therefore, I mean, the relations between Korea-US and Korea-China can be put on the same page. Actually, it's a different level of cooperation and partnership is necessary. And IPEF, if Korea would join IPEF, which might be a very strong cooperation regime, and would be excluding China actually systematically, then Korea may be in a difficult situation, but as much as possible, Korea can keep the economic relations with China on the basis of reciprocity. But if Korea would be under pressure from certain countries, including China, that because of economic interdependence, Korea's sovereignty would be endangered, then actually we have taken certain very bold decisions. Now back to Susan's question, economic coercive measures. Actually, I just told in the beginning the weaponization of interdependence. Because of the globalization and the liberalization of trade, interdependence was very much intensified. But now, paradoxically, this interdependence would be used and misused by bigger countries as weapons. Because interdependence is not symmetric. It's asymmetric. The bigger country would have actually upper hand to deal with the smaller countries. I just would like to refer to the Chinese economic coercive measures which have been exercised for last 10 years. Actually, there are many cases China has done to achieve its political objectives. For example, China-Japan territorial dispute just caused the Chinese sales boycott of Japanese product. And UK, Australia, and Sweden has banned the usage of Chinese telecom equipments. Then actually China made kind of a measured sanction against those countries. Korea was not only the victim of Chinese economic coercive measures, Australia was also affected, and Taiwan and Japan. There are many other countries in this region. When we see this sort of economic coercive measures exercised by hegemon countries in the context of a US-China conflict, China may handle U.S. allies and partners with the divide and conquer tactics, actually. Therefore, U.S. is committed to working together with its allies and partners, but the U.S. should bear in mind, U.S. allies and partners are located in quite different situations. Therefore, U.S. approach, U.S. cooperation with U.S. allies and partners should be a kind of a tailor-made approach is very much necessary, because U.S. allies and partners are very much vulnerable compared with the U.S. position per se. Thank you.
Well, it's a very difficult question to answer. James, you want to say something on any kind of topic?
I think what I want to say is that because of the China factor, this is a special opportunity for Korea to really optimize opportunities here. I want to give an interesting example. The New York Times, they decided to move their regional headquarters from Hong Kong to Korea because of the China factor. So it's an opportunity for companies like the New York Times to come in. They, I think, moved roughly 40 people here. This is one of the 3 regional headquarters, New York, London, and now Korea. And when you speak to folks from the New York Times, they're very happy here because of the digital infrastructure, the quality of the personnel here in Korea, and just the way to do business. So I hope that that's one of many good examples to help establish Korea as a regional headquarters.
You know, I want to make one comment on your previous statement saying that, our dependence on China is too high now, is being reduced. But actually, our dependence, our trade between China and Korea, are actually trade between Korean companies, Korean parent companies in Korea, our subsidiaries in China, because many Korean companies went to China to operate in China, to utilize, low wages and some resources. But as the wages of China is increasing, without the U.S.-China competition, many companies, including Korea, also other foreign companies, are leaving because the wages are too high. So our dependence, our export to some specific items like semiconductor, we still highly depend on Chinese market. But other things are moving slowly out of China into ASEAN or possibly in the future into India. So this high dependency we made ourselves, not because of other things, but U.S.-China competition may accelerate this trend, so that people, companies are leaving, things like that. So in the future, our trade dependence on China will be moderated. That's what I'm expecting.
And the THAAD situation from a few years back, I think, kind of really made it an emphasis, which forced the Korean companies to rethink just the reliance on one country. And now, with all the geopolitical issues going underway between U.S. and China, it's another reason why diversification, forget about whether you are pro-China or not for China, diversification is critical for every business out there. And the faster you diversify, the better it is for you to sleep well at night.
Okay, Professor Lee, you want to?
A quick comment on economic coercive measures. I think 2023 will be important as new semiconductor regulation will come into full swing. And that may put Korean companies now in really difficult, practically difficult situation. And that may come with some economic coercive measures. And that is something that we can examine carefully next year in 2023.
Okay, if I may, I want to ask Professor Lee, you mentioned many things, but you didn't mention about the future of dispute settlement of the WTO. It's dead completely right now. Is there any chance to revive the function of dispute settlement, especially the appellate body?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister Park. I hope the WTO can resume its dispute settlement function. And I think many countries are struggling hard, including Korea and the United States, and they are going step by step for the next level. I think what will happen at the end of the day is a downgraded version of dispute settlement. By downgraded, I mean the appellate body function will be weakened than before, and countries will have more say or more discretion or more decision-making power as a result of the dispute settlement procedure. That is a setback from the perspective of rules-based system or the previous WTO dispute settlement mechanism. But again, I think the landscape has changed. At some point, we looked at Plan A, and now we looked at Plan B, and now we have to try to find Plan C or maybe Plan D. I think at least functioning dispute settlement system is better than no dispute settlement system. So it's important to find a common ground and to restore and operationalize dispute settlement mechanism in the next couple of years. And I think we are getting there now.
Okay. Anybody who want to interact with your panelists over some issues?
Regarding WTO's dispute settlement mechanisms, it's already paralyzed. And just as Professor Lee mentioned, actually the current rules agreed by WTO members were already in 1980s and late 1980s and early 1990s. And after the emergence of WTO, actually there was no specific rulemaking succeeded thereafter. And in the meantime, the WTO panel was ruling a certain dispute, and the appellate body is paralyzed. And currently, when we are talking about the Plan B or C or D, what would be the Plan C or D? Actually, it does mean actually you may get away from the WTO, or what is the direction of the Plan C or D?
Thank you, Ambassador Choi. Very difficult question. I understand there are many issues now on the table. For instance, one issue is to prohibit the WTO appellate body from examining domestic laws. I think there could be Plan D. And the next step, next idea is how to oversee the decision-making process of the appellate body. I think that could be, on a regular basis, I think that could be perhaps Plan C or Plan B. So in any event, it appears that the current version of a strong appellate mechanism is now disappearing. The next question is how far we can go in terms of a weakened dispute settlement body.
Okay, I would like to open the floor soon, but as a moderator, I always have two concerns in this topic. The first one is this. President Trump criticized China at the beginning of his tenure. China is doing lots of unfair trade practices, especially including industrial subsidy into specific sectors, which is creating large, excess capacity, excess, production, and then make the distortion in the world market. So we support that kind of argument because we know the bad effect of industrial subsidies. So in a way, when we deal with United States and China, we will support United States because U.S. is making a right arguments in terms of many principles and systems and things like that. But now, U.S. is doing America First policy, too much anti-China policies, and some of them are, we already discussed this, some may be violating the WTO or, of course, FTA. So in that case, how can we join the United States in their policies? Because it's against our principles or values or whatever. This is one question I have. Second question, maybe James have interest in it. We are talking about decoupling. But we are talking about decoupling in general. But realistically, it is impossible to decouple trade between U.S. and China. In fact, the U.S. imports from China increased last year making a larger deficit. So in a way, we have to somehow draw the line. Well, national security sensitive areas such as this and critical minerals, things like that, you draw the line, and then rest of them, we just follow the WTO, whatever that, globalization, we have to allow that companies to do this. So this is my kind of concerns, and always I want to ask some people, how do you think about this? Even for semiconductors, certain higher sophisticated semiconductors, you are banning the exporting to China, but for normal kind of quality of a semiconductor, it's okay. You can trade, so we can export semiconductor to China. So anyway, how can we draw? Is it a good idea to drawing the line, or just simply decoupling between the two big giant economies? So this is my always question. James, you want to have some brief answer? Then we will open the floor to the public.
And I think that this is not just about the high-tech industries. I'm a tennis player, okay? I use Wilson tennis rackets, and 100% of their rackets are made in China. So I don't think there's such a thing as a black and white decoupling, which is the reason why I really believe in some sort of a diversification on something as simple as a tennis racket. Can you imagine the more higher value added technology products that we really rely on for the entire supply chain? Which is the reason why I think we need to really think critically and find some good resolutions.
Okay, Susan, do you have any idea to my questions?
I mean, what we see happening is people saying both, we can't have decoupling, that's impossible, and the creeping kind of national securitization into products that I think it's really hard to make a clear case of why that's a national security concern. And we see it in people-to-people exchanges. We see it in all kinds of areas now between the US and China. So the question really is going to be, will we draw that line? People like Jake Sullivan, Tony Blinken, yesterday at the NATO summit said very clearly that this is about military use technologies. But clearly a lot of the things that we have targeted are not clear military use technologies. So I think we're having a hard time drawing this line. I think our friends and partners can help us with this. I know the Europeans have exactly the same concerns about these things. How can we support US policies when they violate our principles? They have the exact same concerns that you mentioned. So I think we will have this process of hashing this out and coming up with a reasonable answer. US companies, and Korean companies for that, every country's companies want to sell things to China and feel they need to be in the China market for the China market. So they're producing things in China to sell in China. Presumably that's not a national security kind of concern for us, but yet some of those companies are coming under pressure and suspicion. And I think we do need to be pretty fair about this and pretty honest, really, about what it is we are trying to do and what it is that doesn't fall in that scope. And I think that's been hard.
Okay, yes. Very briefly,
right.
To open the floor.
Responding to your first issue regarding the industrial subsidies. Now, industrial subsidies are provided not only from United States, but also China, European Union, Japan, Korea, all around the world. Actually, WTO cannot and may not handle these issues. If WTO would function very well, maybe most of these issues would be brought up to the WTO for the final judgment or discussions, but WTO is not functioning just like that. And as far as subsidy is concerned, before industrial subsidy, there are also subsidies and agricultural subsidies. WTO did not handle agricultural subsidies also so well. Now, the issue is now in the air, and there is no rule to handle industrial subsidies. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to. Is it okay to open the floor so that we can receive some questions? And let the panelists answer to your questions. Anybody would like to make some questions from the floor? can we provide the microphone? Is that okay? I don't know. Yes, in the back. Please identify who you are and be brief so that we can have many other questions.
예. 예, 안녕하십니까. 현재 대학교에서
I am a college student. I am studying international relations.
국제 관련해서 공부하고 있는 대학생입니다.
So I am a college student studying international relations.
현재
My question is,
대한민국과 미국 간의 동맹 관련해서 질문드리고 싶습니다.
I have a question about the ROK-US alliance.
대한민국 현재 한미 동맹이 굉장히
The ROK-US alliance has a very long history.
동시에 많은 변화가 있었던 걸로 알고 있습니다.
Years, there have been many changes to the ROK-US alliance.
냉전 시대의 경우에는
During the Cold War,
냉전 시대 미국의 경우에는 대한민국에
the
대해서
US,
보다 이제 당시 냉전 시대에는
at that time, because of the Cold War,
중국의 공산화 이후
and the Communist Party in China,
동아시아에서 더 이상
in East Asia,
공산화가 전파되는 걸 막는 걸
the US did not want the spread of communism in East Asia any further, but at that time, Korea didn't have enough economic and military capabilities.
기본적으로는 자국방위에서
So,
더 이상 발전하지
Korea
더 이상
was only able to defend itself, but so that was pretty much the purpose of the ROK-US alliance back then during the Cold War. But now, Korea is more advanced, and as you can see in the Chip4 alliance, the US may expect Korea to play a more active role.
원하고 있는 것 같은데 혹시 그렇다면
So then,
미국이 결정적으로 한미 동맹을 통해서
what is
한미 동맹에서
the
한국이 어떤
expectation
역할을 해야 되는지
of the US
여쭤보겠습니다.
on the part of Korea in this alliance?
It's very difficult question. Any other questions? I will collect a couple more if you have. No questions. Maybe this session's topic is rather technical. That's why his overall, kind of, question is how U.S. expect Korea to play a role as an alliance of United States. So,
U.S. perspective.
From U.S. perspective. So I think he mentioned the Chip4 alliance, which I think would be worth people talking about what the Korean perspective is on that, because I know it's been controversial. But I would just say that the implication of the question is that, Korea in the Cold War needed the U.S. and the U.S. provided a lot of support to Korea, but now Korea has more developed and can stand on its own more. And does the U.S. Expect more from Korea, I guess, because it's able to contribute so much more? And I think this gets to the question that was raised earlier about President Yoon's policy of making Korea a global pivotal state. And I think that is something that the U.S. has certainly welcomed rhetorically, although we're still waiting to see kind of what exactly that means and how Korea could be a global pivotal state and what the scope of the sort of ambition is there. But the idea is that going beyond the Korean peninsula, at least particularly to the Asia-Pacific region, Korea could be much more helpful. And so in my comments, I mentioned a couple of ways that Korea can be helpful in sort of helping the U.S. to manage its current transition in the global system by supporting international institutions and the rules-based order, and also supporting and trying to be pivotal in bringing together multilateral coalitions to help the environment here and support the U.S. in its policymaking. I do think the U.S. expects its allies to kind of support it in its policies. And we've heard today in this panel how sometimes that can be difficult and you have to reach common ground, I think was mentioned several times here, and discuss these matters. It was mentioned in the earlier panel on extended deterrence, the conversations that are happening in Korea. And so we need probably to talk more about some of these areas where our interests actually diverge. And someone in our panel mentioned also that the U.S. is farther away from the region, and in particular, its policies toward China. It's a big country. We have a lot more ability to serve our own market. Countries in this region trade a lot. They trade a lot with China. We trade a lot with China, but we're not quite as vulnerable maybe on trade with China as some of the countries in the region. And so that gives them a different perspective from where their interests stand. I mean, we certainly want our allies and expect, I think, Korea to support our policies, especially with regard to concerns we have about China's military buildup and other concerns we have about Chinese behavior and challenges to our economies. But Korea is bound to have some differences in emphasis and also in interest, and I think we need to talk more about those.
Okay, Mr. Choi.
Yeah, I cannot disagree to the Susan's point. Korea-U.S. alliance is solid and robust, and on top of that, Korea-U.S. shares the common values of democracy, market system, protection of human rights, and also rules-based international order. On that basis, we can promote various level of cooperations. For example, through IPEF and mineral security partnerships, and also CHIPS 4 alliance. Actually, I mean, the terminology of alliance is somewhat very much legalistic, but depending on the contents of the alliance, CHIPS 4 alliance, Korea should join the CHIPS 4 alliance because we share the same values we are pursuing each other. Taking this opportunity, I just would like to share with you actually my observation during the time of U.S. withdrawal from TPP early 2018. At that time, since the U.S. withdrawal from TPP, U.S. did not engage any regional trade and economic cooperation frameworks. U.S. only entered into bilateral relations. But now U.S. came back through IPEF initiative. We very much welcome to U.S. coming back to this region. And we need to see the sustained leadership of the United States. During the U.S. absence in East Asia, actually another development is that digital economy was developing very rapidly around the world, but the rule-making process with the absence of the United States was very much fragmented. There are a lot of different set of rules were made between several countries in this region. Thank you.
Okay, we are nearing the end of the session. Let me just give you 1 minute statement. If you have, James, do you have anything? No. How about Professor Lee?
Thank you, Minister Park. I think the military alliance now cannot be separated from economic alliance. It is now the global community is now directing is progressing in that direction. So I think now it's almost a myth to say one alliance, one military alliance can be separated from economic alliance, or the other way around, and that is represented in the term of art, economic security. So that is just undermining the whole regime that we have known of so far, and that goes back to, again, the basic drawing board, and the IPF could be a good starting point to talk about these issues. Thank you.
Yes, I don't want to summarize anything, but we have slight different opinions over U.S. domestic legislations, things like that. We become a little bit sensitive, but we have many channels, Chorus FTA, joint committee meetings and IPF will develop more detailed rules, I think Korea can play some roles to mitigate this kind of differences. So with that, I would like to conclude session 3 of this JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. I thank all the panelists for wonderful contributions, and also I thank audience in the floor for being with us today. Thank you very much. Yeah.
네, 중앙일보 CSIS Forum
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the third and last session of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. We have heard our 5 panelists discuss economic security and the China challenge. Another big round of applause, please.
네, 언제나 대한민국의 문제 또 대한민국과
The issues of the Republic of Korea and the issues of allies are discussed in depth at the JoongAng CSIS Forum, and we are just about to close the 12th forum. Thank you very much for your interest and support for the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2022. Thank you very much for joining us throughout the day in person and also online.
오늘의 논의들이
I do hope that today's discussions will contribute to the Korean Peninsula taking a significant step towards permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. I am Song Eun-gyeol. Thank you very much for joining us today.